Thank you, Julia, and good morning, everybody, and welcome to Highlander Country. Radford University team is delighted to be hosting you today for this wonderful opportunity for our state legislators to discuss topics important to learners of all ages. Radford University was founded in 1910 as the state normal and industrial school for women in Radford, and it has since evolved into a nationally recognized professional and doctoral university with in-person instructional sites at 4 locations in Southwest Virginia and online. Our faculty and staff work collaboratively with Virginia Tech, UVA-Wise, our regional community college partners, and school systems with common goals of elevating educational achievement and economic development in our region. And we do know the importance of linking education to workforce needs. And we are committed to working together to improve the Commonwealth's education system and its associated benefits to individuals, communities, and businesses. So thank you all for traveling to Radford University on this beautiful fall day to start this year's Education Summit. And I now turn it over to a former member of Radford's Board of Visitors and the President and CEO of the Hunt Institute, Dr. Javed Siddiqui.
Sir, appreciate you. Good afternoon. Thank you all for making the trek out to Southwest Virginia. We were fortunate enough, made a few phone calls. We kept the weather nice and lukewarm. Asked the tree gods to keep the leaves up for a few more weeks for you all to get out here and enjoy the beautiful campus of Radford. So thank you all for making your way out here. Thank you to Senator Lucas and Delegate Davis for allowing us to bring this show on the road out to Southwest Virginia. I know it's a big hike for many of you, so again, thank you in advance for the next 2 days. Having said all, I want to just acknowledge a few folks, but not for their support, we wouldn't be here. I want to thank our friends at SAS. I saw Naja Young, Naja and Katrina's here. Thank you to our friends at SAS for being here. And WEA, our friends at College Board, you'll get to hear from Aaron here shortly. And then our friends at Saul Zantz Charitable Foundation. We really appreciate your continued support of this work here in Virginia. And this is year 6 or 7, I can't remember. But it's fascinating to see how we've grown and how these conversations are now leading to really high impact bills. Senator Lucas was talking about during our tour, our optional tour this morning, the Literacy Act that she and Delegate Coiner worked through last year with tremendous bipartisan support. I know there's some work this coming year 2, you're iterating on that bill, but this already getting a lot of traction out in the field, and schools are paying close attention to it, so thank you for your leadership. That really came from last year's summit, so hope you all have some opportunities to learn, to consider what might come in the new session coming in January. So please pay attention. You're going to be grappling with issues from early childhood education all the way to post-secondary education. And so with that, and speaking of the tour, I want to thank our board member, the former Secretary of Education, Laura Novi, for being with us and for helping with the tour this morning. You'll be hearing from her later in the agenda. And with that, I'll thank the 2 folks that really make all this happen. We know how much time we take from you throughout the course of the year, especially the last 3 months, planning for this, hopefully being a high impact agenda for your colleagues. So I want to thank our chairs, Delegate Davis and Senator Lucas. And so with that, Senator Lucas, I'll turn the floor over to you, Madam.
Thank you, Dr. And I'm going to say it right this time, Siddiqui, and President Danilowitz for your warm welcome. And good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 2022 Virginia Education Summit. My name is Louise Lucas, and I represent the 18th Senatorial District in the Virginia Senate, and I proudly serve as Chair of Senate Education and Health, as well as President Pro Tem of the Senate. For the next 2 days, each of you will hear from leading experts on a variety of topics in the continuum, as these experts will help us think through some of the most pressing questions we are facing in the legislature. I truly share my colleagues' excitement about this year's summit, and I look forward to engaging with all participants, and I hope to use what we learn here at this summit in the work in the upcoming legislative session. I hope each of you will gain much from this experience too, and will leave here with action items and ideas about how we can better support students across the Commonwealth. Thank you again to the Hunt Institute for making this summit possible, and to my fellow summit co-chairs, or co-chair, Delegate Glenn Davis, for your hard work as well. Now I would like to welcome Delegate Davis to close out our welcome remarks and this afternoon's session. Delegate Davis, I want to now turn it over to you.
Well, I'm Delegate Glenn Davis. I represent the 84th District in Virginia Beach and have the honor of chairing the House Education Committee and working with the great senator over there. And I really appreciate all the work that the Hunt Institute put this together. The partnership with the Hunt Institute has been very important for the education committees. Year in and year out, they put this together, and Javed's team and Julia's team is imperative for what we have here. I appreciate them acknowledging what maybe the senator and I do, but honestly, they do all the heavy lifting. And dealing with the senator and I know I'm pretty opinionated. The senator, I won't speak for you, but okay. I didn't want to say anything, but so the hard work that they did to really do the heavy lifting to put this together. There's a lot of good legislation, bipartisan legislation, that goes through our committees every year. And a lot of times, those types of pieces of legislation, the idea for them starts in this type of environment. So I really appreciate to be able to move forward with this. I really also appreciate the other stakeholders that are here. The lobbyists out there, thank you so much for being here. Your clients, the other stakeholders, thank you very much. We have the best legislation in many cases because those that are in the profession day in and day out come here and share their experiences with us as well. I really appreciate also the opportunity to tour McHarg Elementary this morning. For those that may have not been able to make it, it truly is an amazing, innovative elementary school. And I would ask that all of you maybe look at their website and some of the things they've done. I think it truly is the model for what elementary schools should be in the future. And as far as our panelists go, we couldn't do this without all of you. I think that we're going to have what we always have here, which is a very enlightening set of panelists to share their experiences. I look forward to that, and I also look forward to this discussion that happens after that. I know all of us here as participants and legislators, it's about getting the policy right in Virginia. In many cases, that's not just about us listening to the experience and positions of some of the panelists, but also questioning those experiences and assumptions to ensure that we understand the behind-the-scenes analysis for them so we can best implement the best practices in the Commonwealth of Virginia. So thank you again for everyone being here. Really appreciate this, and I look forward to all that we're going to do over the next 2 days. With that being said, it's my honor to introduce a lady that I've gotten to know over the last, 8, 9, 10 months that I'm thrilled to work with for education. Our Secretary of Education, Amy Gadara, joined us recently, and we've gone a long way together, and appreciate all you've done. And Secretary, if you'll please join us up here.
I'm going to be really fast because we have a lot of work to do in this room, and I just want to start today by saying thank you to the Hunt Institute and to the chairs of this and for all of you coming together. Monday's release of our NAEP data scores here in Virginia underscores how important the conversations that are going to happen in this room over the next 2 days. I'm going to put 3 data points out there because you all know I love my data, and I start everything with it, but they're devastating and heart-wrenching data points. And they are, one, that we are average and below average in Virginia for the first time. 2, that we lost 20 years of progress, bipartisan-led progress in the last 5 years. And 3, we are now the lowest, the fastest, the state that has the largest learning loss in the nation, both in 4th grade math and 4th grade reading. Those are not acceptable numbers for Virginia. And I'm just going to say that this administration, working in partnership with everyone in this room, is committed to making sure that those numbers never happen again, ever, in Virginia. Our children deserve more, and the state of Virginia deserves more. And so together, across this Commonwealth, we must work together. And this agenda that we're diving into today is a great place to start. And so I thank you all for being here, and I look forward to rolling up our sleeves and working together to make sure that we do not lose a generation of Virginia's children. So thank you for what you do every day, and thank you for including me.
Okay, thank you so much to everyone, and we are going to go ahead and get started. I just have a couple quick notes. So if you would like to follow along, our comms team is over here, and they are going to be following along on Twitter and social media, you can see the hashtag that we are using up there, so please feel free to do so. Our team will also be taking really detailed notes over the course of the couple of days, and we'll be sending around a key takeaways document that shares a lot of the discussions and the things that we've learned. So please be on the lookout for those, and if you have any questions, if you need any resources, if anything's mentioned that you want more information on, please come find anyone from the Hunt Institute, and we can make sure to connect you with the right people, get you the right information, do whatever we need to do to get you the answer that you need. So with that, I am actually going to turn it over to one of those experts who happens to be my colleague, Dr. Lauren Zabinski, our Deputy Director of Early Learning Policy, who is going to kick us off with our first session. Thanks, Lauren.
Great, thank you, Julia. Good afternoon, everybody. It is my pleasure to be here with you today to guide us through this first session, and want to start us off by reiterating that last data point that was shared on the largest learning loss that this state has seen, along with a lot of your colleagues in other states have seen. It underpins and underlies and double taps the critical importance of us having these conversations for the next few days. But not only that, but it also underpins the criticalness to us talking through education of the entire paradigm of education, from birth through higher education. And so to kick us off, we get to discuss in our first session today the importance of early childhood. We know that decades of research have demonstrated the value of high-quality early childhood education and care, and these experiences for young children. Yet what we also know is that there are many families who don't have access and don't have the availability to offer these experiences to their young children, families including those here in Virginia. This session today and the three resource experts that will join us will uplift both the science of early development and some state efforts that highlight how these innovative approaches to public policy to support the families within their states. So with that, I'd like to introduce our three panelists that will join us today. First, we have Superintendent Kirsten Baszler, who is the Superintendent of Public Instruction in North Dakota. We have Secretary Barbara Cooper, who is the Secretary of Alabama's Department of Early Childhood. And we have Ms. Jenna Conway, Deputy Superintendent of Early Childhood Care and Education for the Virginia Department of Education. To start us off today in our conversation, I'm going to turn it first to Superintendent Baszler. As Superintendent of Public Education in North Dakota, you have focused on strengthening the state's early childhood education structures. Can you tell us a bit about what this work has looked like and how you believe it will benefit the youngest children in your state?
Thank you, Lauren, and thank you to Virginia for welcoming me to your great state. It is beautiful. It is an honor to be here, and I am very pleased to join all of you to have this important conversation about early childhood and education in general. So it's been a journey for us in North Dakota. As an elected state superintendent, I know that your commissioners are appointed, your secretaries are appointed as they are in many states. In North Dakota, I'm an elected official. I was first elected in 2012, re-elected in 2016, and then again re-elected for my third term in 2020. Coming into office in 2012, the end of 2012, early 2013, I brought with that 21 years in the K-12 system in our largest school district in the state of North Dakota, Bismarck, the capital city. During that time, I saw just truly the critical importance of early childhood education. As a principal in an elementary school, I could see within the first week which one of our young kindergartners were coming from literacy-rich home, numeracy-rich homes, and which were not. Our job as public educators was to meet all of those children exactly where they were and get them to the next stage. But I saw children, I saw families sending their children into our classrooms for the very first time, at a disadvantage. They weren't even in the starting blocks of their learning journey. They were a few steps behind. That's a lot to ask of a K-12 system. We invested money, we did what we could. I've experienced that on the other side of things now as a grandmother. My son and daughter-in-law, two highly educated people that had my first granddaughter about a year and a half ago. And my daughter-in-law was not able to leverage her university degree because the choice that she and my son needed to make was, do they put my granddaughter in an environment that wasn't of the highest quality because it simply wasn't available in their community, or do they go to a single income family for a while? And that's the choice they made, and I'm grateful for that. But as a state leader, where North Dakota is my hometown, workforce is a significant issue. I think it's a significant issue in every one of our states. And so as we talk about workforce and economic development, that became a large part of the conversation, is how do we make sure that all of our educated, trained, skilled citizens of North Dakota are able and have high quality environments for their children to go to while they are working. 2013 session, was pretty successful. 2015 session, we made some gains in support for 0 to 5, support for early childhood care and education. And then things took a little bit of a turn. 2015, we're a biennial legislative session. And so 2015 session, we started to see some bumps in the road, and we started to see that significantly in 2017. There seemed to be a mistrust, and I'll just call that out. There seemed to be growing mistrust of the education system, and coming from a very conservative Republican state, there was a lot of questions about how far schools should go into our families and into those environments. I wasn't willing to give up on the importance of it, and so what that said to me was we needed to partner with our Department of Health and Human Services. I found an incredibly strong partner in the Commissioner of Health and Human Services. His name is Mr. Chris Jones. He was a healthcare provider. He bought and sold hospitals before he came to lead that state agency, and didn't really know the importance of 0 to 5, but he was open and he was receptive. One of the things that I think has been most productive is the ability for 2 state agencies to break down those silos, break down those barriers, and understand that if we're going to help our 0 to 5-year-olds, we must help our families. The legislature, the legislators, my esteemed colleagues, I have so much respect for the work that you all do, the ones that my colleagues do in North Dakota. It's hard work to decide, but one vantage point that legislators have is they hear and see every appropriation bill. They see every policy bill of every agency. They have that view from the balcony, if you will, of what's going on. What they recognized was that education and health and human services had a lot of the same goals, a lot of the same expectations, and in some part, an intersection of mission that was important to recognize. They simply expected of us as state agency leaders to work together and partner. And I would say that that was probably the biggest breakthrough moment that we had in North Dakota. We don't meet and discuss 0 to 5 education, or simply meet separately and meet about 0 to 5 quality care or child care issues. Our education committee is meeting with our Health and Human Services committee. There is an expectation that the Commissioner of Health and Human Services is meeting. I have more meetings with Commissioner Jones than I do with my own team in any given week, because of the intersection that is there between behavioral health, which is their swim lane, early childhood education support for families, their swim lane. But we obviously are strong partners. And so I'd say we are making significant gains. It is now a bipartisan, well-supported bill that will be coming in front of our legislators in the 2023 session. That is the single largest investment that North Dakota has ever considered in 0 to 5. And I will honestly say that until we do that, there's not a lot that Secretary Guadera and I can do about how well our students perform if we are simply spending the first 3 or 4 years of their educational career getting them into the starting blocks.
That's great. Thank you so much for sharing that great detail about North Dakota, especially the partnerships too, and bringing that into our conversation. Secretary Cooper, I would love to bring you up next with a question. As the Secretary of Alabama's Department of Early Childhood, can you tell us about Alabama's efforts to support state investments in early learning to help make early childhood care and education accessible for all of your youngest learners?
Thank you, Lauren. And I would like to just build off of what Kristen shared with regard to how important it is to make the investments. The first thing Alabama did was started with a plan for making this a priority. I, like Kristen, have spent over 25 years in K-12 education, and when I went to the Department of Early Childhood Education, it just really highlighted for me that if we get it right, 0 to 5, we're not going to spend the type of reactive services that we provide in K-12, trying to address things that could have been addressed early on. Well, that's one of the things that Alabama has done well with regard to the 0 to 5 population, and in particular, our pre-K mixed delivery program that we started with just a few classrooms, 816 classrooms, that we have grown to 1,466 classrooms now, where we are serving over 46% of the 4-year-olds in our state. This has been extremely beneficial for us, and people often ask, why wouldn't you just go universal? Well, universal pre-K would be challenging for us because we wouldn't have had the workforce to go universal. So we have been building incrementally with a plan to fully fund for 70% of our 4-year-old population by 2026. These are high-quality programs. By expanding incrementally, it also allows us to not forego quality. It's absolutely essential that children are placed in an environment where they are going to receive the high-quality services that will be beneficial for them over time. Because we've been able to expand incrementally, we're able to also see the benefits as our children progress on into kindergarten all the way through 3rd grade. Children who participate in our high-quality pre-K programs are more likely to be proficient in both reading and math. They're less likely to need remediation, special ed, less likely to be chronically absent. And so these children are also more likely to be proficient in reading and math. We continue to be a data-informed department. We're absolutely focused on continuous improvement. We do not settle for just meeting the National Institute for Education and Early Education Research benchmarks. We push further. We're looking at every child every day that is a part of our programs. And even when we're able to say the majority of our children walk into the K-12 system meeting or exceeding expectations, we're still asking the question, what about those who aren't? And so having that type of focus on data and being committed to our legislators who have now approved a budget of over $176 million for our Office of School Readiness, we have to go to our legislators and be able to demonstrate that children continue to progress as they participate in this program. We also realize that first-class pre-K is also a workforce development area. All of our classrooms have two teachers for 18 children, and so that's a workforce development issue for us and challenge for us. And I just learned this week that early education is one of the high priority areas or hard to fill areas for teachers. So we have a great deal of work to do in our state to continue to address that workforce area. One of the areas of focus for us is to continue to make sure that teachers in those programs receive pay parity. So every teacher in our high-quality pre-K classroom, lead teachers receive pay parity with their K-12 counterparts. We also have auxiliary teachers in those classrooms that also receive livable wages. That has allowed us to also really create a pathway so that teachers that are serving as auxiliary teachers can now move through that pathway and become lead teachers and in some cases administrators in those programs. So number one, starting with the plan, staying true to that plan has really helped to keep Alabama on target for our goal to reach 70% access by 2026. And of course, we won't stop there. Research showed us that about 70% of our parents would actually want a 4-year program. That was done many years ago. So our goal would ultimately be for every parent who wants a 4-year-old high-quality program for their child to be able to participate in one in our state.
Great, thank you so much. And thank you to both of you as we are bringing in these first kind of introductory questions. You all are touching on so many different aspects to early childhood, bringing that into the forefront for all of us. I make note of that because here in just a moment, we'll open the floor to those of you sitting at the table here for questions. So as you are hearing these responses and making note, please know that that time will come. Jenna, I'd love to bring you into this conversation now. We have heard and we know that these strong early childhood systems have scientific backing and data to support their positive impacts for children and for families. especially important now to talk about this as we know those data points with the latest report card results. Can you tell us, of all of the research and data, what drives your efforts and purpose here with the state?
Absolutely, thank you, and it's great to hear from other states. It's also great to be back in front of you. Speaking of plans, as Barbara did, we brought a plan more than 4 years ago about how we might reorganize and restructure early childhood in Virginia to help make sure that we gave every child in the Commonwealth the opportunity to come to school ready, noting that when you come to school ready, you're so much more likely to be successful in school, not only, as Kirsten noted in the very beginning, in kindergarten, but through 3rd grade, 8th grade, and even into life. And so it's so great to be back in front of you all, building on years of work from the School Readiness Committee, this group, all of our legislators in a bipartisan way, and know that we've got a unified early childhood system under the Virginia Department of Education, and that we are positioned to be building one of the nation's, I think, premier public-private parent choice system, birth to 5. And as both of my esteemed colleagues talked about, this really importance of mixed delivery and noting how early childhood is distinct from K-12 in that it involves classrooms in schools, but also involves classrooms in family child care, Head Start, child care centers. All of those programs are where our children are prior to kindergarten, so we have to think about how do we get into and support learning in all of those classrooms if we want to make sure all children come into kindergarten ready. When we look at the evidence, and it's pretty compelling. We have new information about brain science. We have new information about how kids learn and how to do that in an age-appropriate way for 3 and 4-year-olds. Do not stick 3 and 4-year-olds at a set of tables like this, right? That's not how they learn. They live through play and engagement. And so we know that, and I think most of us now, that's where we start, that's where we begin our plan. What I think makes Virginia unique, and what I hope becomes a really compelling proposition for investment, is we're building an extraordinary data system that helps us truly understand and continually improve. And so you all passed a law that unified us under the Department and Board of Education, saying that we have to speak with one voice for health, safety, and learning expectations. And we're now well on our way to establishing that across roughly 9,000 publicly funded classrooms in family child care, faith-based preschools, school-based settings, as well as in Head Start and early Head Start. Our data system, unlike many other ones, will actually get down to the classroom level. So we will understand what's happening in each of those 9,100 classrooms across those array of settings. As you drove in today, we saw the elementary school, which had preschool classrooms, the Radford Early Learning Center, a little childcare down the hill from the elementary school. We will have insight into all of those classrooms, the interactions happening, as well as the curriculum used. And then we'll be able to look at how those kids are doing in those classrooms using our legislatively funded Virginia Kindergarten Readiness Program, which we've expanded down to 3 and 4-year-olds, and really be able to say, okay, what are the factors that matter most for growth? How do we track that over time, really particularly for our 3 and 4-year-olds into kindergarten? How do we make sure that they come in ready in terms of literacy? I know we're going to talk a lot about that today, and numeracy, as well as their social skills and social emotional. So really exciting. It also will help us understand where our investments are going. We can tell you where each of those classrooms are, what kids are served, where there are gaps, and to be able to track really important things like turnover. And so we're doing, as we think about how do we achieve quality across our programs, one of the biggest barriers there is that if you have a teacher leave every 6 months, it's very hard to support her or him to provide high quality interactions and to make sure that they're using curriculum appropriately. So I'll give one example, and then I'll turn it back to you, Lauren, and how we're using sort of Virginia data beyond the evidence. So we know curriculum matters, right? We know that while curriculum is fundamentally a local decision, it is really important that our educators are using curriculum. What we found as we built out Link B5, and that's Virginia's unique system, is that while 95 to 99% of our state pre-K classrooms and our Head Start classrooms were already using one of our 40 approved curriculum, that number dropped down to 55% of child care programs that take public dollars, and less than half, only 45% of our family child care programs. This is the first time we ever had that specific data that Sotomayor said, one, how many of our programs don't have curriculum. Again, evidence says this matters, but this gives us Virginia-specific data on what we do about it. We also know where they are. We then looked at how would we, as sort of a unified body, combining a combination of state and federal funding to support that. And we piloted and are rolling out what I think is one of the nation's first open educational resource, a birth to 5 curriculum that's free or low cost for programs. We prioritize those family child care and child care programs that can't otherwise afford curriculum. And we are funding somebody to help them implement and use that. Here's a pretty exciting data point. Within 2 weeks, more than 2,000 classrooms had signed up for this curriculum, recognizing how important it was. So that's just an example, Lauren, of how you sort of take a point of evidence we all can agree on, that curriculum matters, make sure that there's curriculum choice, and use that specific Virginia data, speaking with a kind of unified voice about how do we provide this opportunity to all of our programs. So all of our educators, whether you're in a child care center, a school center, a Head Start program, you have an access to a tool that helps you promote infant, toddler, 3 and 4-year-old development.
Thank you, Jenna. And thank you again, everyone, for your responses there and starting this conversation. And you heard, everyone here as participants, you heard the primary question was just tell us about early childhood in your state and the initiatives and the work happening. And we went from legislative action and partnerships within state agencies at senior leadership level to the workforce conversation and funding the system, to the curriculum and the implementation and how that is imperative to the data, and then the experiences for children and families. So we've gone in an entire wide array and years of schooling all in about 20 minutes. So thank you for the 3 of you for that. With that, I'd like to open the floor to you all here at the table for questions to our panelists. You have the microphones here, so please feel free to tap to unmute and ask any one of them.
Hey, thanks, Jenna. This is for you. If you could maybe talk a little bit about next steps from our perspective. So, right, we're going to talk a lot about testing today. We're going to talk a lot about literacy, and we know that if we want to improve literacy, we want to improve those 4th grade scores in particular, right? Getting more kids, 3 and 4-year-olds, into these high quality situations is going to be beneficial, right? It's going to be one of the best things, if not the best thing we can do. And so can you maybe just talk a little bit on the how we get more kids into these programs side, and then also on the workforce side, how we make sure we recruit and retain teachers side? Like, what should we be thinking about doing legislatively, kind of maybe outside of investment, because I think we know we need to do that too, right? And maybe your answer is just, hey, don't do anything, you already did it, and that's fine. But maybe if you could just talk about what we should be thinking about to make sure we're maximizing the number of kids that are in these programs and that we are keeping high quality teachers in them.
Absolutely, that's a great question. So again, we'll start with a data point, as Secretary Gadara did earlier. So we evaluate all kids coming into our public school classrooms, roughly about 90,000 kids into Virginia public schools each year into kindergarten. And we know that overall, 44% come in not ready. That number jumps up to 2/3. 2/3 of kids that come from low-income households whose parents report no preschool experience whatsoever come in not ready. That's probably one of the biggest sort of differences, and something we absolutely have to solve for. And so you have to think of doing 2 things at once. One is making sure that more kids have access to experiences if they want. It should never be compulsory. It should always be parent choice. And that those experiences across our mixed delivery system put kids on track for success. So when we think about that, we really think about how do you grow the mixed delivery system, and how we worked with you all to do that. We've created an infrastructure of 9 ready regions across the state for which sort of thinking about how do we better coordinate enrollment to maximize federal and state resources is one of their primary responsibilities. We've seen really enormous growth thanks to your investments. We've grown Virginia Preschool Initiative to serve more 4-year-olds and 3-year-olds for the first time. You've grown your mixed delivery program by 600%. That's offering full day, full year programming in private programs, high quality pre-K and private settings. And then you've really helped grow the child care subsidy program by over 60%. When we started pre-pandemic, February of 2019, we're about 20,000 kids. Right now, we're close to 35,000. That is huge in terms of many more. All of those kids are in families that are low income or otherwise at risk, and that's many, many more, thousands more kids who are in programming now, right? While we're also building out the data system and the measurement system to make sure that they have quality experiences. We need to continue to do this in a parent-driven way, right, across our mixed delivery programs, so that whether it's a school, a Head Start, a private childcare, a family setting, which might be what you prefer, particularly if you're a parent of an infant and toddler, making sure that we're doing that. We still have a huge gap in terms of all of the kids who would be income eligible or otherwise at risk, and looking at how we fund them. And that's really critical. I think Virginia at one point ranked 38th in the country on helping parents return to the work, particularly mothers, I think it was, because you just couldn't access childcare. I have people on my team who can't find childcare, right, who are looking for it right now. And so we know that we have got to make sure that working parents, if they want to, can access care, and make sure that's across the mixed delivery system so that they're full day, full year options, right? I'm able to be here today because my son's preschool is full day. So that leads, I think, Delegate, to the second point, which is how do we fund these programs so that more public and private providers want to do it? None of you would fund your K-12 programs based on what parents could pay. Could you imagine if you went to your district and were like, how much could you have paid to pay for school? But that's actually how, up until recently, we've funded early childhood. We say if parents can afford it, great. And if you can't, you have to make some really, really tough choices, as it sounds like, you know, Kirsten's son and daughter-in-law had to do, right? Even if you are, want to be a part of the workforce. So you all put in historic budget language last year that called on the board and the Department of Education to start to quantify the cost of quality. Like, what does it cost, similar to the kind of SOQs, but made for our public-private mixed delivery system. And we have been, over the last year, putting that in place and looking at what does it take to offer competitive compensation to teachers. How might that be different if they have a bachelor's degree, versus an associate's degree or a CDA, kind of an entry-level credential. How do we set the right rates across the state? And the goal is that by doing that and making that investment, we can help sort of attract new private providers to the system, as well as better support our public schools, so that we can ultimately serve more kids and families. Because you have to, if we look at that data, we have to get more kids whose families want it in programming if we're going to move the needle on those kindergarten readiness results. And then I spend a lot of time with Delegate Coiner now thinking about literacy. I just want to help people understand there's a very close tie. Kindergarten, first, second, third grade matter very, very much, but there is an enormous tie between where kids come in kindergarten ready. One of the most compelling charts I've seen in my time in Virginia is that when you look, if you break the PAL scores from the beginning of kindergarten down into 5 buckets, those kids who score in that high bucket, 95% of them will be reading on third grade. Those kids who score in that lowest quintile, 50% chance. 50% chance that they're going to be reading by third grade. So we have got to get everybody higher up that scale so that we can make sure. Do we lose electricity? I think so. Who knows? I'll talk louder. So that we can get more. So if we can get everybody in those top 2 or 3 quartiles coming into kindergarten, and we can do some of the things that we're talking about with literacy, I think we can build a Commonwealth where we can catch up on some of the losses, and we can make sure that more kids have the opportunity to fully learn to read and be reading proficiently by third grade.
So I don't know if these are working. I would like to add to that a little bit as well. I think as educators, we talk a lot about getting ready for kindergarten, and at least I've found when I visit with my constituents, it's not a 30-second elevator speech that they want to hear. Mm-hmm. They're not really concerned about whether kindergartners should read, by the time they leave. That's really not what we're talking about. And sometimes we get all caught up in our own educational jargon. And we have flipped it a little bit, and we've said making sure that, number one, our students are ready for kindergarten, but also making sure that our kindergartens are ready for any student that they receive. So owning that responsibility as well. And when we talk about kindergarten readiness, we don't mean, or at least we don't in North Dakota, mean that they are able to recognize letters, have beginning sounds. We mean that they're just ready and receptive to learn, to be ready, to be able to understand the structure of routine, sharing, simple things like that. The reason that my daughter-in-law and son chose not to have her stay home, there we go, that was back, was because, yes, there was some place that they could put their child for 8 hours a day. There was somebody that was going to be, Sophie would be left there and be picked up alive at the end of the day. But that's not what they wanted. When you're at a point when that brain is growing at the fastest rate that it's ever going to grow in its entire life, you want engagement. They wanted Sophie to be talked to listen to serve in return. Now that she's 18 months old, they want her in an environment, and they found an environment where they're playing Simon Says games, where the music stops and starts. And what that really does is it interrupts learning. So they're in the middle of an engaged activity, right? They're dancing, they're singing, the music stops, and they have to do something different. It trains their brain to stop, self-regulate, be aware of what's going on around you, and then when the music starts again, to engage that part of your brain that remembers what you were doing before. And that's the type of environment that we talk about when we want kids to be ready for school. That the first time that they have to be interrupted by one of their peers or one of their classmates isn't when they're in kindergarten, and they don't know how to regulate themselves, so they have an outburst, a social, emotional, a behavioral outburst. And so I think to be very clear about what we're talking about with 0 to 5 high quality environments, it's not starting school earlier, it's just replicating the environments that most of us were fortunate to grow up in. And that's what we're trying to do as we talk about getting kids ready. As an elementary principal, I didn't care whether they could recognize letters or, recite the alphabet or count to 100. That really is our job. That's fine. I just want them to be the child, the human being that understands how to learn and how to self-regulate.
That's great. I want to make sure that if you have any, would you like to add?
I was just going to build on that. So what Kristen is basically saying is it's very important that we all really understand the science behind early childhood education. What we did this morning, being in that classroom and being at that school, is what I think everyone should do. We have to go and see it for ourselves so that we can see that we're creating these high-quality environments where children are allowed to be children. We have developmentally appropriate activities going on so that these children can continue to move forward and progress throughout the K-12 learning experience after they've left these early learning experiences. So I guess one of the things I would just say to legislators, and what I say to the legislators in our state, is come with us on a visit so that you can see firsthand children are learning the soft skills. When they leave our high-quality pre-K classrooms, they know how to collaborate. They know how to have a conversation with their peers. They know how to get along with others. They know how to have jobs. They're given jobs every single day. They know how to follow a routine, follow a schedule that ultimately leads to them being able to walk into K-12 systems ready to learn and ready to fulfill those expectations that we've established for them.
That's wonderful. Thank you. We all have heard that data statistic, or that line, that 90% of brain growth happens in these critical years. And these responses just mirrored that statistic there and explained it in such a critical way. We look at what is happening in these early childhood experiences. This fabulous example of inhibitory control and self-regulation, and this pause, shift, remember what you were doing. As an adult, how many times do you rely on those skills in a day? I mean, even in an hour, how many times do you rely on that? The fact that you're sitting here listening to content and a presentation, yet probably multitasking, is a great example of those skills in practice that were being developed before you were the age 5. So great, thank you for that. Additional questions?
Not a question, but after listening to the conversation, just another focal point around that. I looked at the heading of this section, which was the importance of early childhood investment, but then under it, it's just education. And I think that's one of the ways we can evolve as a Commonwealth. We have really siloed school readiness, right, in one silo, and the needs of our workforce, especially women in the workforce, in a different silo, and costs in a different silo, and really looking at the evolution of the work that we can be doing, and really the investment in being able to have childcare and education all combined. and there's a cost if we don't. So, really, I've taken the task of being the committee chair for our subcommittee of the House Education for Early Childhood very seriously, and have been meeting every 2 weeks with folks, asking questions about, what we can do next. And I think one of the things, perhaps to ask our folks from other states, in looking at the place where your legislative body can come together, we've sort of put everything over in our Department of Education for now, but ways to keep your legislative body understanding data points and information and results to then drive decision making in terms of policy decisions and budgetary decisions going forward.
We definitely, in Alabama, we certainly keep our legislative body close and have those conversations with them quite frequently. And of course, a big concern for them is, are we continuing to see the results when children are in 3rd grade? And naturally, we understand that that is a priority, but to also undergird what Secretary Baszler has indicated, we want to make sure that we're understanding that we're not just teaching children letters and numbers, and that there's a place for that, but that's not necessarily developmentally appropriate in a pre-K classroom, but we have to bring them along and have those conversations. During the pandemic, however, we did have a conversation about having a kindergarten entry assessment so that we know that when children leave our pre-K classrooms and they enter kindergarten, that they are performing at a ready level on that kindergarten entry assessment. So I think having some checkpoints along the way to make sure that we're able to be accountable for the funds that are allocated to us for pre-K, but that progress is continuing to be seen. We do have some long-term data that is with a very small group of children that have gone on into middle and high school to demonstrate that they're continuing to see the progress that was experienced as part of their pre-K experience. So I think just being able to show the data and have the conversations and bring them along about the investments that are being made are making a difference for children is very important.
I will reiterate that and say I'm very intrigued what Jenna was talking about with your data system. I want to follow up with you on some of that. We are at the infancy stages of developing that, so to learn some lessons learned as we are coming in on the ground level, I'll be following up with you. But I think investing in that and supporting that data system and an integrated data system. So not only knowing that it's accessible to you, but taking the time to learn it. That's critically important. And so you're talking about curriculum, you'll have insight into what's going on in classrooms. But I would suggest that you possibly go a bridge yet another further. And North Dakota has actually done just the opposite of what Alabama and Virginia. And I had not saying that ours is right or that you that it shouldn't be the way to go. But they didn't put it into the Department of Education, nor did they create a separate agency, which is what Alabama did. They actually put it into HHS. And there are many things, many funding streams that come from the federal Department of Ed that must, by law, still come to the Education Department. And so by creating the legislation that they did, they forced their agencies to work together. And as we're building our data system, obviously we'll be putting in, our special education data from one system, our student management, our K-12 education data, but our legislators are always asking, and so will we have SNAP data? Will we have the CCAFD, which is child care data? Will this system be ready to analyze the whole picture of that child and their family? And what else is going on in that family of that 4-year-old or that 5-year-old that might not? Are they on housing assistance? Are they, is it a transportation issue? And so really when we're talking about data, as legislators, I think I opened with this, you have not only a right but a responsibility from that balcony seat that you have, knowing what all of your agencies are doing, to ask them questions like, have you talked to Commissioner Jones? I've heard the same conversation with HHS people, with Office of Early Learning people. Have you talked to each other? And when you ask those questions, then they begin to talk to each other and begin to be, it's just, from the conservative state that I'm from, it's a matter of efficiency and effectiveness. And like, how do we decrease government and have our own agencies, our own state, be working together so we can be more effective and more efficient for our constituents? And so I think that's one thing that I would, even if they're in different agencies, there's still a responsibility to, because that child spends 6 hours at childcare or 8 hours in school, but they go home, 16 hours a day with their family. And that's one other thing I would say is use the word family engagement. I hear parent a lot, and one of the things that is important to us, a large Native American population in the state of North Dakota, and when you say parent, you automatically, intentionally or unintentionally most often, include or prohibit some people to thinking, does that mean me? I'm the grandma, or I'm the grandpa, or I'm the aunt, or I'm the uncle, or I'm the big sisters. So just say family. One final thing that I'm going to go back to curriculum and having investments and family engagement matter. One bright spot for our NAEP data was that our 4th grade reading scores for our Native American students increased by 4 points. So when you make those sorts of investments in quality curriculum, early childhood investment, you can move the needle.
That's great. We definitely celebrate that data point there with you. We have time for maybe 1 or 2 more questions, and I already thank you for your engagement here at the table, but have a few more minutes for additional questions.
I'm sorry, is it Superintendent Baszler? You began to answer the question that I really had, is the kind of intentionality we need to bring to the efforts that we're making, and it seems like North Dakota has done that rather effectively, using the data to target specific populations and really connecting all the dots across various agencies and the various needs of the whole child. And I think that's part of a very critical part of our necessary next steps. So the new science around brain development is fascinating, and it tells us that we are really missing the boat if we haven't started with infancy and progressively engaged and worked with that child all the way through those early years. But just looking at the science around brain development and then the impact of trauma on brain development, that needs to be so much a part of our conversation. So if we're looking at trauma, homelessness, food insecurity, unstable family situations, all of those adverse experiences that despite everything we might do effectively to support that child, if we aren't intentionally giving all of those other resources the kind of effort that they deserve, we might ultimately fail in ensuring that that child gets to where we want the child to be by the time we start school. So you've answered part of my question already, which is what is that intentionality? And I'd just like to hear from our other speakers, what are we doing in Virginia and Alabama to pull all those pieces together to make sure that along with the curriculum that we're also mitigating against those traumatic experiences that so many young people experience.
I will just share briefly some of the things that we've done, and certainly those partnerships are critical. During the pandemic, we actually started administering the quality rating improvement system for our Department of Human Resources. So we created a lot of very intentional partnerships throughout that time. Another one to your question about trauma, the pandemic has showed us that we absolutely have to address trauma even in infant and early childhood mental health. And so we have a partnership with our Department of Mental Health where they are providing funds for us to provide infant and early childhood mental health consultation in our early learning classrooms, where these consultants can actually go in and work side by side with teachers to help them identify, are these classroom challenging issues or are these family challenging issues that they need to work together side by side with the family. And we continue to open up those opportunities to be able to create even more of those partnerships. We have an infant mortality partnership with the Department of Public Health. So pulling all of those agencies together is absolutely critical in order for us to blend and braid all of those resources and best meet the needs of the whole child.
So I think that's a really important point. Young children don't learn on their own. And they learn in the context of trusting relationships. So one of the things that's core to the measurement and improvement system that you all codified in law is really looking at those interactions between caregivers, educators, and the children, and using an infant-appropriate tool for infant classrooms for some of the things that Kirsten was talking, a toddler-appropriate tool and then a preschool-appropriate tool, right? And using that. And the tool that we use across our 9,000 classrooms really looks at the sort of warmth and responsiveness of the interactions, looks at how child-led the activities are, and looks at kind of instruction. I think that's a really important balancing act, right? Because it's not just about letters and numbers. It's about developing those trusting relationships with adults, right? Particularly if they're experiencing trauma in other aspects of their lives, and then figuring out how you sort of scaffold and build from where the little one is at. And so kind of, and then what it also does is it gives us data, Senator, on where folks are struggling in that area, right? We often hear our child care teachers, and we're working on this, get paid $11 to $12 an hour. They are in themselves floating in and off public assistance programs, dealing with challenges around food insecurity, mounting, they have one health incident or car breakdown, and they're right back into a place where they're bringing that stress to the classroom. And so really thinking about, as we look at this data, using it as really a flashlight, and we don't even use the term rating, right? We're really focused on a measurement improvement system. And by getting this data, and we completed over 9,000 observations last year, so about half the system's on board so far, and we're able to then prioritize for coaching, mental health consultation, other supports, those classrooms that are struggling right now, right? So that at a minimum, we're sort of better supporting those educators who might be experiencing trauma, and then those kids. We also, thanks to a study put forth by you all, have launched a pilot around mental health consultation in partnership. So using folks that were used to working with infants and toddlers, and then working with a higher ed partner around preschool. And I was able to talk with a principal at the Early Childhood Center in Petersburg, and she sort of came up to me and she said, this program has made a huge difference. We have had an increase in gun violence, and while it hasn't directly affected our 3 and 4-year-olds at Westview, like, we see it manifesting in the classroom. Like, a 4-year-old doesn't come in and say, well, there was a shooting in my neighborhood last week, and so I am cranky and I'm in a bad mood and like I'm gonna misbehave, right? What they do is they come in, they kick something, they bite a classmate, right? They throw some books down because their bodies are manifesting the trauma that's being experienced by their community. And so by taking, again, as we talked about before, an evidence-based approach, it's called mental health consultation, but it's really supporting the adults around the child, and so supporting the teachers and the principal in Petersburg, and then measuring the impact. And so we're slowly growing that program from a pilot to, we've got a handful of communities, but again, we're able to combine the data that gives us insight into these interactions every classroom, and then make sure we're prioritizing those classrooms where either the educator might be struggling, or the educator saying to us, hey, these kids are struggling, there's just so much going on right now, and I need some support to make sure that we can build those trusting relationships.
That's great, thank you. Sadly, we are out of time, and I always hate saying that, because this conversation could last days on this topic alone, right? Mm-hmm. Even in these last responses, it was a great demonstration. When we say early learning or early childhood care and education, how much that encompasses, from the teaching of a curriculum to the supporting of the mental health and the family engagement. And know that curriculum that Jenna mentioned well, a piece to it that always stuck with me and continues to stick with me is the term Q-tip. And we would often give teachers a Q-tip as a kind of signal to remind them, quit taking it personally. That when a child is exhibiting a behavior, a challenging behavior, it is because there is something underpinning happening. So with that, sadly we have to end this session, but I want to do first a thank you to Superintendent Baszler, Secretary Cooper, and Jenna Conway for joining us today and sharing their expertise and their state's initiatives. And if you could all join me with a round of applause for these three. And before we transition, I would now like to turn it to Senator Locke for some closing comments.
Okay, so hopefully you all have learned a lot from this panel with regard to early childhood education and the importance of early care and education systems that have a tremendous responsibility of caring for our nation's infants and toddlers. But hopefully you've learned that governance over these systems have been one of our biggest challenges here in the Commonwealth. And hopefully you've also learned that understanding the critical role early education systems play in caring for our children and in these critical periods of neurological development, and that we have to be able to manage them with care and efficiency. And as legislators, it is important that we strive to provide access to high-quality early education experiences for families and uplift both the science of early development and our state's effort to translate it into thoughtful public policy. So this conversation this afternoon has provided us the opportunity to think through how we as legislators can support the development of science-based policy for children from prenatal to 5 and their families. Frederick Douglass once said that it's easier to build strong children than it is to repair broken men. So hopefully we can take that with us as we learn about early childhood education.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. And Julia.
Thank you so much. And could we have another round of applause not only for our panelists who dealt with the technology challenges, but also thank you, Senator Locke, for your remarks and for being so gracious when I forgot to give them to you in the first place. So we are going to quickly transition to our next session. We are going to talk about educator data and leveraging data for a diverse educator workforce. So if you could bear with us for about 45 seconds while our speakers get transitioned. We are going to get started in just 1 minute. Thank you.
And then as a mother of a 7 and a 12-year-old, I can definitely see how early childhood education has had an impact. I'm Senator Jennifer McClellan. I represent the 9th District in the Senate, which is the Metro Richmond area. And we are here today to talk about the importance of leveraging data for a diverse educator workforce. Teacher workforces that are representative of the students that they teach have become an increasingly prominent topic in education policy. As the Commonwealth student body becomes more diverse, so too should our teacher workforce. However, the question still looms, who exactly do we need in the classroom to meet these goals? What data is available to provide us an actual picture in the current educator landscape? Having reliable data on the exact nature of the current past, and prospective educator workforce is necessary to provide insight into the existing gaps in the teacher landscape. It is also necessary in helping to identify solutions for strengthening a diverse, high-quality educator pipeline in the Commonwealth. As legislators, having reliable data into the current educator workforce provides us with the opportunity to adequately support building a diverse teacher workforce. Today's conversation will provide the opportunity to understand what data is needed to understand the current teacher landscape and how we as legislators can help support high-quality data systems for the Commonwealth. Leading this conversation will be Dr. Anthony Graham, Provost and Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs at Winston-Salem State University. Dr. Graham will introduce our conversation and our panelists. Dr. Graham, thank you for joining us. The floor is now yours.
Thank you, Senator McClellan, and good afternoon to everyone. So honored to be with you here in the Commonwealth, visiting you from the great state of North Carolina, the Tar Heel State. Once again, I'm Anthony Graham, Provost and Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs at Winston-Salem State University in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, a historically black college and university founded in 1892, the first institution in the United States of America, the first historically black institution in the United States of America to offer an elementary education license. So we have that proud distinction. I'm also honored to serve as the chairperson of Governor Roy Cooper's DRIVE Task Force. That task force, the DRIVE is an acronym that stands for Develop a Representative and Inclusive Vision of Education. So that task force is charged with thinking about equity and what it means to diversify our K-12 teacher workforce. So I've had the honor of serving in that capacity now for 2 years. So this topic today, leveraging data for a diverse educator workforce, is near and dear to my heart. We know from our national data that the representation of people of color in K-12 classrooms as the certified lead teacher has been a historically persistent challenge in our K-12 schools for decades, dating back to the integration of our public schools. Based on our historical data, we know that nearly 50% of Southern blacks listed teaching as a profession before 1954. After desegregation, the percentage of black teachers in the South declined by 32% between 1964 and 1972. During this period of desegregation, our data also illustrate that an estimated 38,000 African American teachers were fired from their profession in the South. And our country has experienced a steady decline of black teachers from 8.1% in 1971 to 6.7% in 2018. Thus, the majority of our public classroom teachers have been white, while we have seen a student demography that has become increasingly more black and brown across the nation. While research once demonstrated that teachers of color impacted the behaviors and aspirations of students of color in our K-12 schools, we now have emerging research that clearly illustrate that black and brown teachers have significant impact on the math and reading outcomes of all students, irrespective of race and ethnicity. I am honored to have joined me this afternoon 2 expert panelists who will help us dive into what data we need to gain a better understanding of the educator landscape and how the Commonwealth can support a high-quality data system. We have with us Mrs. Verletta White, Superintendent of Roanoke City Schools, and Dr. Mark Teo, Vice President of Learning, Research, and Impact at Teach Plus. Thank you both for joining us this afternoon. Dr. Teo, I will begin our conversation with you, sir. If you would please briefly introduce yourself, then share what we know about the factors that lead or deter potential teaching candidates into the profession. Similarly, share with us what causes some educators to leave the profession early.
Thank you, Dr. Graham. Thank you, Virginia, for having me. I am joining you from Pennsylvania, right outside of Philadelphia. It's a real pleasure to be here in the Commonwealth. To Dr. Graham's point around the need for data on your workforce and the teachers who are serving all of our children, I put together a brief one-pager, which turned out to be a three-pager in typical academic fashion, if you will. So just as a little leave behind for websites and whatnot, and my friends at the Hunt Institute said that they'd be able to share some of these items with you. Teach Plus is an organization that works across the country, but primarily in 12 states, supporting teacher leaders and educators on empowering them to have a voice in education policy and practice. And it's through their leadership that I wanted to share some key points. I wanted to share with you a little bit of some of the practices that are going on across the country as we can best learn from one another in our various states on what kinds of data and policies and initiatives would be helpful for attracting and retaining a diverse workforce. I really want to shout out the Hunt Institute for being one of those organizations in the country that are elevating statewide practices and sharing those best practices. And so I wanted to leave with you some examples of what others are doing and also look at what Virginia is doing. It's helpful when thinking about our labor market and our teacher workforce to think around three different dimensions. First, what is the distribution of educators and diverse educators? What does the pipeline look like for recruiting and retaining educators? And then finally, what are some of those retention issues? So when it comes to the distribution of teachers, nationally, as Dr. Graham mentioned, about 20% of our educators identify as a person of color. This is in a student population of about 50% of students. And in fact, Virginia is reflective of that. About 20%, according to the latest year's worth of data, of your teachers identify as a person of color, whereas 80% identify as being white. That distribution, however, that fact, however, masks some of the regional differences. And so what I noticed is that the last 2 years, the Virginia Department of Education has done a pretty good job of identifying at the district level what that diversity looks like. And so I wanted to share with you, in addition to the Virginia websites, an example from Pennsylvania, from an organization called Research for Action, on how they've taken that same data and looked at that distribution in a map, because many of us like to see what that looks like when you're looking at your districts and whatnot, and what that distribution looks like when you're comparing the entire Commonwealth perspective. The next thing to think about when you're thinking around what does it take to recruit, support, and retain a diverse workforce is to think about the different points across the pipeline. Another example from Pennsylvania is that there's about 36% of your kiddos who identify as being a person of color in Pennsylvania. At the end, that's the start of your pipeline, right? That's where they are in their high school year. By the time you get to a first-year teacher in Pennsylvania, we're looking at 6% of the workforce. So where across that pipeline are you losing folks from being a representative workforce? Is it when they matriculate to college? Is it entering into an educator preparation program? Is it passing a certification exam? Is it taking that first job? To better understand that issue, I'd like to point you to NCTQ, the National Center for Teacher Quality. They have a fantastic website where they look at 1,000 educator preparation programs by state, including the 23 here in Virginia. Half of those institutions, those teacher training programs in Virginia, have candidate populations that are more diverse than the overall teacher population, and half do not. I put the NCTQ website here for you to look at, and as well as highlighted the six EPP programs in Virginia that are the most diverse and are more diverse than the state population. And then finally, when it comes to retention, I highlighted for you the Massachusetts Department of Education. They've done a fantastic job of looking at turnover rates, because you want to see year over year, how are your teachers, which teachers are staying, which teachers are leaving. And finally, because I took 4 minutes and 38 seconds to actually get to Dr. Graham's question, why are teachers staying and leaving the classrooms? Well, first of all, in our research with the Education Trust, we find that educators of color report that they are facing an antagonistic work culture in their schools. Second, with research that's done by the RAND Corporation, we see that educators of color say that they need financial support, that there are barriers to being an educator of color in our schools. And those barriers are translated to the high school kids. Just this past summer, we partnered with an organization called Educators Rising, which works with aspiring educators at the high school level. We asked 100 of them who identify as young people of color, what are some of the things that you think about when it comes to being a teacher? The two things that they told us why they don't want to be a teacher, one was the compensation. They saw firsthand how little their teachers were getting paid in front of them. And here's the thing that we know about wanting to be a teacher. My son, a 6-year-old, wants to be a paleontologist. He's never met a paleontologist, but he will see 12 years worth of teachers in his life. That's an amazing opportunity to make this an attractive workforce, and yet we're not. Those kiddos were telling us it's the compensation that matters. And the second thing that's emerging from this research is the autonomy and ability to tailor their curriculum in the ways that they see are important. So, compensation and curriculum. Thank you, Dr. Graham. Thank you, Virginia.
Thank you, Dr. Teo. We'll now turn our attention to Superintendent White. If you too would please introduce yourself, then provide some background on the work that you are leading in the Roanoke City Schools to help recruit diverse teachers and intentionally support them during their career. Moreover, can you share what specific goals the district has to increase diversity within its workforce and what strategies have been most successful for the district's teacher recruitment and retention efforts?
Very good, and thank you, Dr. Graham, and thank you to the Education Committee for having me, and thank you for your service to the community. We appreciate your support, and we appreciate you supporting public education. And so I just want to start by beginning with the end in mind, hearkening back to the last session on early childhood education. There's a lot of talk there about soft skills, and a lot of talk about literacy. Well, all of that power happens in the classroom, and it happens between the teacher and his or her students. So we have to keep that in mind. In general, when we talk about the power starts in the classroom, and our students thrive when they can see themselves reflected in the staff members who support them. So, and I'll tell you just a brief story, because if we don't remember anything else, we always remember the stories. And that is, you know, I had the benefit of being taught by Miss James. Miss James was my 5th grade teacher. And Miss James was one of the only teachers of color in my elementary school. And she held a modern dance class after school. She knew that there would be a way, to keep many of us connected to school. And Mrs. Evelyn Chapman was the principal there. And she was a black principal, had a black teacher. And I loved Miss Chapman simply because her shoes always matched her suit. And so, and I was in awe. I was in awe of Mrs. Chapman. I was in awe of Miss James, because I saw myself in them and they in me. And I knew then that I wanted to be a teacher. And not only that, I knew that it was attainable because I could see it. And so I think the power of Miss James, the power of Miss Chapman, certainly I've had great teachers along the way, but those experiences really had an impact on me, and I know that similar experiences are having a wonderful impact on our students of color also, as they're benefiting by seeing a more reflective staff. And so that is our goal, and so we have to start there and understand where the power lies, and the power lies in our classroom. And it also reminds us that perspectives matter and representation matters. And so we have to make a concerted effort to diversify and appreciate those perspectives and value representation. And the data tell us that students do better academically, and many times they'll do better behaviorally as well. And so I'm proud of the work that we're doing in Roanoke City, and I am proud to live and work in a city that values diversity and values equity as well. And as a community, we had to determine the what, why, and how of teacher diversity and having a diverse teacher workforce. And so we could move forward not only collectively, but with intentionality. And so we have a new strategic plan, and so our goals are clearly outlined. I think for any school system, we have to, again, be intentional about our efforts. So our community came together and we decided, well, what's important as students graduate, right? And so we want them to graduate with a diploma and a resume of skills. And we do want them to graduate with a firm literacy background and a solid literacy background. And we want them to be able to have the soft skills and to be able to complete a project on time and on budget and to be able to give a firm handshake and learn how to keep your word. All of that, the classroom benefits all of those skills, both the academic skills and those soft skills. And so to that end, we have to make sure that our goals are reflected there, and they are in our strategic plan. And so we had to get to the what, why, and how of that. And so when it comes to a diverse teacher workforce, we had to ask ourselves why. And it goes back to Dr. Tio's work and the research that he mentioned, and the why of the diverse teacher workforce. Because according to a U.S. Department of Education diversity report, students thrive when they have positive role models. And so again, having that diverse workforce makes sure that we have positive role models. It breaks down negative stereotypes, and it prepares students to live and work in a multiracial society. Teachers of color add value to school systems in various ways, including connecting with all students, particularly students of color, and serving as a warm demander when working with their colleagues to ensure equity for all students and staff, and serving as positive role models again. And when students are educated by teachers who resemble them, positive results often follow, as we heard in the research today, such as better attendance, fewer suspensions, higher test scores, higher graduation rates, and higher college attendance, all of which are important measures of success, particularly in high poverty schools. So then the question became for us as a school system, then how do we get there? So we have done some things that, again, getting back to the intentionality, and that is partnering with historically black colleges and universities, working with their education department chairs to establish those relationships, setting up mock interviews and resume marathons even, so that this, again, getting teachers of color to the table. And so we have the getting to the table kind of mentoring and support, and then we have beyond the table. It's one thing to get the job, it's another thing to keep the job. So we want to make sure that they are fully prepared. We are setting up a visitation days with, for instance, Virginia State University, and I saw Dr. Walker back there. On November 11th, we're having education majors come to Roanoke City, tour our city, to speak with our division leaders, and visit our schools to let them know that Southwest Virginia is a place for you too. And so that, again, intentionality, making sure that we are advertising in various locations, cultivating teacher talent early on. We have a Bridges program, a partnership with Roanoke College that identifies 9th and 10th graders of color who want to pursue a career in education. And those students are benefiting from mentoring opportunities from Roanoke College as well as from RCPS. And we have a Teachers for Tomorrow program where our 12th graders, we're walking them through the college application process. We are walking them through how to become an education major. And just this year, we've hired 2 teachers of color from the Teachers of Tomorrow program, where they've just graduated from college. They're Roanoke City Public School students, and they have returned to Roanoke City now to be teachers with us.
That's amazing.
We are recruiting and supporting minorities who currently work as paraprofessionals who have an interest in becoming teachers as well, and mentoring and supporting them and leading them through teacher preparation programs. And again, it's not just about getting the job, but it's about keeping the job and being effective in that job. We're asking our teachers across the board, we're involving them in stay interviews. And we're asking them, what is it that we can do better to have you stay? The question alone makes you want to stay, right? If you're asking it genuinely. And we're performing exit interviews as well to learn from those who have already left the system, what could we do better? So we're asking that in a quantitative and a qualitative way. And we have created this year an RCPS Bonds program, BONDS, and that stands for Building Opportunities for New and Diverse Staff. And this program is designed to pair our teachers of color with other teachers of color. The research will also bear out that many times teachers of color feel isolated, and they feel that they are put upon to be the expert of everything that's related to minority affairs, if you will. And so there's a sense of isolation there. We're trying to break down that sense of isolation by being very deliberate and intentional with creating mentoring programs that pair people together so that we can break down that isolation. And so you can see that there are a lot of different things that we're doing to specifically target the goals that are in our strategic plan.
Great. Fantastic. Superintendent White, you're leading some excellent work in Roanoke. Of particular interest for me is the HBCUs. As an employee of an HBCU for 22 years of my life, I will tell you that our HBCUs are hidden gems, but the problem is that they're hidden. For over 100 years, our HBCUs have been preparing and producing teachers who are making impacts throughout our communities across the nation. Under-resourced and underfunded, often forgotten about, marginalized and disenfranchised. So I would encourage us to reframe the way in which we view our HBCUs and think beyond partnership with our HBCUs, think about alliances. An alliance is much deeper than a partnership. So I would encourage us to do that. Additionally, I really appreciate that you are engaging people, asking the question, what can we do to get you to stay? Oftentimes we impose our beliefs on people, and we believe, making assumptions, what the appropriate program or initiative should be without engaging people to figure out what should be the response. It's what we call a power analysis approach. So I appreciate that you're taking a power analysis approach as opposed to a victim analysis approach, where we believe we have the resolution and we will not prescribe to you what the solutions are. Excellent. So Dr. Teo and Superintendent White, I have a follow-up question for both of you, and I'll ask you to take no more than 3 minutes to respond, if you will. Given your experiences in the work that you have led, what kind of policies would best support a high-quality, diverse teacher workforce in the Commonwealth?
Yeah, I'm going to do what Dr. Graham just did and just say that Superintendent White is doing everything in their playbook correctly, or what have you. The national evidence suggests that these are the kind of moves that you want to make. We're working with a school district in Massachusetts who has a long track record of recruiting from the paraprofessional ranks, because the paraprofessionals often are more diverse than the teacher workforce. The second is that we're working with a school district outside of Pittsburgh that is working on their teacher pipeline aspect of the work. And that teacher pipeline is important because they have one educator of color in their workforce. There's not much, you can't really focus on a retention strategy if you don't have folks already in the door. So what does that pipeline look like for them? That means being more strategic about the student-teacher placements in schools. That's really a place where we don't spend enough strategic effort around. Oftentimes, EPPs place their candidates in school districts where they have relationships already. It's not the school district saying, here are the kind of candidates we're looking for, and being strategic about those placements to kind of bring in the folks that they're interested in, whether they're teachers with STEM backgrounds, whether they're diverse candidates or what have you. So they're reformulating how they do their student-teacher placements. Another area where we're seeing progress being made and real traction at the policy and state level, the Illinois State Department of Education just invested $2 million in statewide affinity groups for teachers of color, very close to what Superintendent White is doing around the mentoring and affinity groups. Because we know that when cohorts of educators of color can spend time together in community, they are more likely to want to stay in those schools and build relationship. So states are working towards that. And then finally, school districts, large and small, that we're working with, whether it's Jacksonville, North Pulaski in Arkansas, or the Los Angeles Unified, are reaching out to their teachers to listen to their voices and finding out what would it take you to stay in our school systems. And so I also applaud Superintendent White for the work that you're doing in Roanoke. These are things that school districts across the country are grappling with, but that the idea is very much like your Grow Your Own program are kind of the right moves that we are seeing school districts make, and that the evidence supports as being strategic levers for recruiting and retaining a diverse workforce, which is what I want to underline.
And I'll just continue along those lines, that I have some ideas for your consideration. I know that that Virginia convened a task force to look at diversity in the teacher workforce in 2017. I would submit to you, though, that that was pre-pandemic. And I would ask your consideration in reconvening a diversity teacher workforce task force, because, again, 2017 now, it's quite a long time ago, and now there are factors, post-pandemic factors, that I think are noteworthy. Dr. Teo and I just spoke briefly just before this session, and we know that sometimes we're having to hit the reset button. We're seeing behaviors escalating, we're seeing learning loss, and so there are other factors that put more of a strain on the teacher in general. So we have to make the profession more attractive, and we have to think about and ask the questions about what are those factors that are influencing teacher attrition, particularly right now, post-pandemic. I think we also have to be very intentional about legislation. I know that, and I want to thank you again for your support of public education and the legislative efforts that have been put in place to date. I know that you've been very thoughtful about that, and I want to thank you for that. I do believe that there are financial incentives that can't be overlooked. We do have to realize that our teachers in Virginia are making about 10% less than those who are in other occupations. And so I don't think that we can overlook that. When we talk about curriculum and compensation, as Dr. Teo said, I do think that that is a factor that we can't overlook. Teachers, particularly teachers of color, have other options. And so we do have to we have to elevate the profession, and I believe that that begins with salary. We also need to think through other kinds of maybe forgivable loan programs and grant incentives and reimbursement grants, particularly for teachers of color. We know that it's been done in South Carolina. We know that it's been done in Connecticut. So we do know that there's precedent already for those kinds of incentive programs and grants that would that would help the teacher pipeline, and the Grow Your Own programs as well, similar to what we're starting. And I would also consider the teacher residency programs and partnerships between colleges, universities, and school systems, and where those grants to the university would then help to build those connections and would help to build that teacher pipeline as well.
Fantastic. I do want to lift up just very briefly this notion of forgivable loans. In case you haven't been following our data on student loan debt, our students of color take out loans at about 2 to 3 times a higher rate than their white counterparts. So that's costing them more, if you will, to pursue a baccalaureate degree at our four-year institutions. And depending on the types of employment that they seek post-graduation, it may take a lifetime, depending on the career, 2 lifetimes to pay back said loans. We see that occurring with our classroom teachers, given their starting salaries across states. So please give some thought to that particular notion. The other notion that Dr. Teo raised up that I want to make certain I lift up, investing dollars where it matters. Affinity groups, is a place where it matters. When we start thinking about retaining our teachers of color, having space where you can engage others who look like you to talk about the critical issues that might be influencing and impacting what's occurring in your workspace. So very important for our teachers of color across our K-12 schools. So what I'd like to do at this time is open the floor and invite you all to ask questions of our expert panelists. So I'll begin here.
Hi, I'm Delegate Simons. I'm hearing kind of almost two different problems at the same time. One is we need to recruit more teachers, but we also need to make the teaching profession more attractive. We need to make it the best job in the Commonwealth. So how could we get the win-win where we're giving our students maybe more mentorship opportunities, more ways of supporting what teachers do in school? I'm thinking, could we use summertime as an opportunity to give older students mentorship time? What about out of school time? What about the lunch hour? You know, it breaks my heart to see highly qualified teachers with master's degrees walking their students down to the cafeteria and chipping away at their precious lunchtime. You know, what can we do to actually give a little more responsibility to some of our older students to have them help make teaching a better occupation?
I'll start there. I'll start right there. And that is, again, celebrating and elevating the profession very early on and seeing teaching as a viable option. And so doing that kind of that work right away. Let's just think about any student now who says that they want to be a teacher. Many times they're talked out of it. Sometimes they're talked out of it by their family members. Sometimes they're talked out of it by others. And so instead of talking our students out of teaching, let's talk them into teaching and then giving them opportunities through kind of side-by-side mentoring opportunities and being very deliberate and intentional about showing them and giving them an opportunity to see what it's like kind of behind the curtain. Pull behind the curtain so that they can see how we collaborate, how we plan lessons together, and the value and the joy in having those testimonials, the stories behind, just like I talked about Ms. James and Mrs. Chapman, having our teachers celebrate and tell those stories. I think many times educators, in education, we're kind of targets, but instead of let's targeting all the time, let's also celebrate the good things that are going on. That's another way that we can elevate the profession.
Yes.
So I think we all believe that it's important to have a diverse workforce. I know that I and others have dropped bills to provide scholarships for HBCU students to go into the teaching profession. What I'm interested in is, I know we're talking about diverse workforce here in teaching, but it doesn't sound like it. And so nothing that, or very little of what we've talked about has to do with teachers of color, in my opinion, right? So all the items we're talking about, the pay, the antagonistic type work environment, the ability not to be able to control your classroom, that's something I've heard from every teacher, right? The lack of wanting to be a teacher because of what people perceive, what their profession is like, and the lack of respect for the profession, or why we can't keep teachers. Obviously, if you want to create more of a population, you can instead of be the scholarship, right? But anything we've talked about with some of this other item, is there studies out there that say that teachers of color are more impacted by lack of pay or antagonistic classrooms than a non-teacher of color, right? Because ultimately, it seems like this is all best practices for the teaching profession in general. I mean, exit interviews, we have a shortage of teachers of color, but also teachers of, that aren't, that are not color. And so shouldn't we be doing all this anyway for all teachers in general? And is there anything specific that truly is something we're missing the boat on for teachers of color independently?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Superintendent.
Go ahead.
This past summer, a number of studies have come out using representative samples of educators. I'd point to two that are, I think, worth paying attention to. The first is the Merrimack College and Education Week survey. To Delegate Davis's point, the workforce is feeling burnt out. Survey after survey of the last couple of years have made that clear. I was working with a teacher last night from Los Angeles Unified who was just saying, and she's an experienced and accomplished educator, and she's saying there's something different about this year that's made it harder than years prior. This is being reflected in surveys, in quantitative data, as well as qualitative and anecdotal. Go talk to any of your teacher friends how they're feeling right now. They're all feeling very burnt out. The Merrimack survey, however, does point out that for Black and African American teachers in particular, they are feeling a higher level of dissatisfaction with the job. They are feeling that they are more likely than the typical population of educators that they may want to leave. The Merrimack survey points out, this is a continuation, you might have heard of this, the MetLife survey of the American teacher. This has been a survey that's been going on for decades at this point, or at least a few years, I should say, and they took a break from it. But this past year, when Merrimack and Ed Week restarted this survey, teacher satisfaction was at an all-time low. And the desire to leave was at an all-time high. Now, that doesn't necessarily translate, and they make quite clear, it doesn't necessarily translate into people leaving the workforce, but it expresses a sentiment amongst our faculties that something's not working in this moment. And statistically, certain subpopulations, including Black and African American teachers, had a different perspective. Second, the RAND Corporation survey that just came out also points to solutions that those educators say would be promising, both the administrators and the teachers in the line. And Dr. Graham pointed out that there's a lot of evidence which shows that educators of color have a higher opportunity cost, if you will, of being in the classroom when compared to their white counterparts. They're taking out more loans, they're taking riskier pathways of going into the teaching profession, which carry higher risk. And what I mean by that is like alternative pathways of certification versus a traditional higher ed program. And so mitigating some of those financial barriers is important. And I think back to Superintendent White's reference of the 2017 Virginia Task Force report, what was really interesting when I came across this report is that there are very specific recommendations in that report which point to small little pain points that can be alleviated in the pathway to become an educator that are Virginia specific. Try to minimize the cost of becoming an educator. There's one district that we're working with which is actually paying for the certification exam cost of being a teacher. It costs a few dollars every time, a few dollars, I don't know, $40, $50, $100 to take a test. So this district is saying every time you take it, we'll pay for it. So that, again, minimizes the burden. I know it's a small cost, but it's something. And then with all these policies that you're considering and you're thinking about, think about messaging and making sure that folks who need that help and assistance are hearing about it. I've really been struck recently by a number of conversations where I have administrators, district administrators, and teachers in the same room, teachers saying, boy, I wish there was a program that could do this. The administrator saying, oh, well, we have that program, we're doing that. And then the teachers in that same district saying, well, I didn't hear about it. So how do you make sure, this is big districts and small districts, how do you make sure that those messages and those efforts are being actually impacting our faculties who need those points, that assistance? I know that on Monday I have a deadline of filing my PSLF, student loan forgiveness. There's a deadline coming up on October 31st. One of the administrators pointed out, like, well, can we just work with our teachers to help them navigate those sites? That's a pretty challenging website. There's a simple informational kind of assistance program just to help folks navigate challenging websites and programs to make them able to access programs that you guys are already implementing. That would help.
I'll just chime in to say that, yes, there are certain things that are similar across the board, right? That increases in teacher pay and ways to increase the teacher morale. You're absolutely right. There are things that are common. But that's more common for teachers of color would be kind of this continuum of stress along the way. I talked about before the table, right, to get to the interview, and then after the table, once you've gotten the job. So before the table, there's this compounding of stress. You have these compounding stressors of loans and debt and housing and those kinds of things. Those things are compounding issues. Then when you get the job, what's specific and unique many times to teachers of color would be things like microaggressions that teachers have to face, or the judgments that they have to face that maybe others would not have to. And you have to think about many times that isolation that I spoke of, right? And so we have to make a concerted effort to hear them and then believe them when they talk to us, right? But that requires asking the question. And so that's the reason why we have to believe our teachers, we have to ask the questions, we have to break down the silos. That's how we have a better shot at keeping them, by hearing them, believing them, and then acting on that.
2 points I'll make very quickly. I'll invite you to do some research on something called the black tax. The black tax. I'll give you a very quick example. When I was hired as a high school English teacher back in 1997, I was asked to do the same job as my colleagues without question. But whenever there were students, particularly black students, who were struggling or who were showing issues with their behavior, they sent them to me. Whenever there was a fight in the hallway, they called me. Whenever there are extra things to be done, they called me. No additional compensation, no additional recognition, same work, compounded with the stressors that we've heard earlier, the black tax. Number 2, I would challenge us to think about the profession and how we do this thing called education. We ask our classroom teachers in the classroom to differentiate their instruction to meet the needs of the learners in their schools. Yet we don't differentiate our experiences for the different types of teachers that we have in our schools. So we practice hypocrisy. Teachers, we want you to differentiate, but we won't differentiate the experience for you. We've got to think differently about this thing called education. Other questions? Yes.
Thank you. Elizabeth Guzman from Prince William County. Superintendent White, every year you always have something to offer to us. And I would congratulate you on your leadership in the city of Roanoke. And I would say my daughter goes to Virginia Tech, and I cannot make a trip to Roanoke without stopping by the city and amazed by the amount of diversity. And it's telling about your inclusivity and leadership in the city. So thank you for that. I heard you talking about being intentional during the time of recruiting. And I also heard about your pipeline program that I think it's a model for the nation. However, as when we are recruiting for a position, could you tell us more how you are intentional about it? Like when our applicants, when you have a list, how do you determine who to interview and how to make those job offers? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and thank you for your reflection there. Again, being very, and I keep using the word intentional because that's really what it is. Meeting with those education department chairs of the colleges and universities, knowing who their education majors are, speaking directly to our paraprofessionals and encouraging them to go into teaching as well, making sure that our students understand that education is an option, a viable option for them, creating and expanding the Teachers of Tomorrow program, having our counselors have a specific program where we have our counselors start talking to our kids in 6th grade to make a graduation plan, beginning in 6th grade, and showing them the various career options. Again, we're celebrating college readiness and career readiness in Roanoke City. So we want to see what students are interested in and then letting them see other possibilities as well. So working directly with our students, speaking directly with them, meeting with every child. It takes time for our counselors to do that, but we believe it's worth it. Speaking to every child, making sure that we're reaching out to our colleges and universities. For me, I have a relationship. I'm very grateful for the relationships that I have with our college presidents in the region as well. So again, those partnerships and those pathways are necessary in order to build this pipeline.
May I ask a follow-up? Thank you. So my question then is, do you have a different type of recruitment where you can hire on the spot, or they have to go through the regular process of recruitment?
We do. We do have it, what we call advanced contracts, so that it does allow us to hire on the spot with conditions, of course, because then we have to go through background checks and those kinds of things just to make sure that we have someone who's worthy of being in the classroom. But so that they won't get away, we do have an advanced contract process that when we go out on our recruiting trips, we will hire on the spot with a condition to make sure that they pass everything else.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I think both of you spoke to the importance of teacher placement in terms of retention, and I was hoping maybe we could flesh that out a little bit. I know the data showed, I looked at data several years ago about the ways in which we have this huge disparity about teacher placement that talk about the black tax. The teachers of color were invariably placed in the most challenging classrooms, with the most challenging students that had a lot of difficulty, academic difficulty, behavioral difficulty as well, whereas other teachers were more routinely provided access to accelerated classes, to gifted programs, and so forth. The data I'm thinking about is several years old, so my question is, have we made any progress, knowing that this has been a systemic problem in our public education system? Have we made any kind of progress, specifically in Virginia, in changing the ways in which we place our teachers, and certainly thinking about teacher training programs and students going through schools of education? When we assign our young future teachers to a classroom, are we giving those students of color opportunities to be in an accelerated classroom with gifted students and shown any number of opportunities to be able to work in the profession?
In Roanoke City, I would say that we're doing better, but we still have a long way to go. And I think that across the nation, I think we have a long way to go, because I think the tendency is, again, and you'll see it, I mean, you can look at the various studies out there, whether or not it's Wynn and Springer or Garcia and Weiss, you can see that the research tells us that typically teachers of color are placed in your most challenging classrooms, in your most challenging schools. And so that's going to continue that cycle of attrition if we're not deliberate about breaking that cycle and giving teachers options to have choice in their placements as well. And Dr. T, I'm not sure if you wanted to weigh in on that one.
Well, I don't have a Virginia perspective on that specifically, but I would ask, do we have sufficient data systems in the Commonwealth to know where you might have educators of color for those candidates to actually be a part of and reach out to and be in community with? Do your data systems drill down to the school level, much less the district level? But can you look at a district, can you look at a school building and find out, will this be a good placement for my candidate, for my college student, if they want to be a teacher? That's data that many states have available and have on their state report cards. You'd want to look at whether or not that's easily accessible from the Virginia Department of Education. I've already shown, they have a great district level website. How much further can you drill down if you're an EPP administrator, if you have a student teacher who is a person of color, where do you want to place that individual?
Yes.
So I'd like to keep up with this, the teachers of color are placed. That's pretty important. I want to make sure there's not a conflict here. Because we talk about we need teachers of color as role models for that student coming out. Look, I was a male white kid growing up. There was a role model for what I wanted to be in life, right? Not so much for so many other children. So you want those role models, especially in the classroom. And we talk about how the teachers of color are most likely to be placed in more difficult schools, in more difficult classrooms. Part of that because of poverty. It creates difficult schools. Usually the home life is not the same, the resources aren't the same, so they are more difficult. And unfortunately, in many cases, those have to be more of students of color in those areas. And secondly, in the schools where they're majority students of color, so they have that role model to look up to? I mean, isn't the point we don't want the white male in a difficult school and with students of color? We'd rather have someone to be the role model that looks like that person, that can share that experience having grown up in that neighborhood. So isn't that kind of what we want?
So I'll take that on, and that is, so I think the first thing we have to do is separate race from poverty. Okay, so that we're making an assumption that because a student is black, that student's also in poverty, and so I think we have to separate that out. And so, and what the research will bear out is that teachers of color benefit all children. So that's another piece that I think we need to keep in mind. But especially when it comes to a new teacher, right? Any new teacher going into a school where the effects of poverty, where you have more homelessness, where you have more hunger, where you have more food insecurity, housing insecurity, and behavioral challenges that many times will come along with that. I don't know if that's the best placement necessarily for a teacher of color or a new teacher, any new teacher, because we know that those are the teachers who tend to quit. And you see more pre-retirement attrition. So yes, we do want our teachers of color with students of color, and we want teachers of color throughout the system. But we have to be very careful about again, the compounding nature of all of a new teacher is a new teacher. And so we have to give them time, just like we give all other teachers time to learn and grow. And so I don't know if the most challenging placements are the best placements, even for our teachers of color.
I've got time for one more question. I've been given the hook, so I'm going to get one question in. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So over the past couple of weeks, there's been a number of articles in various publications in Virginia highlighting some of the challenges in teacher retention, both in the Richmond area and Albemarle schools. One of the statistics out of Richmond was that 19%, there was a 19% loss of Hispanic teachers over a one-year period, 8% for black teachers. And if you dig down into those numbers, the survey of those teachers showed that only 43% felt like they were working in good working conditions. Only 56% of them actually felt safe in their work environment. Over in Albemarle, the teachers described the school as chaotic. They talked about situations where they were patrolling the hallway, stalls were ripped out of the bathroom, there were chains across bathroom areas so that students couldn't congregate there. Clearly not a place where most people would voluntarily work if they had a choice. And for that reason, I'm assuming they had almost 20% of their teachers leave, and they were the most tenured and most experienced teachers. But they didn't leave the profession, according to the article. A lot of them actually just went to private schools, where I'm assuming there was a more controlled environment there. And it's interesting because the commonality between both of those areas that you see is that the teachers are describing a workplace where they don't feel comfortable and they don't feel safe, but the administration kind of seems oblivious to it. In Richmond, they're like, gosh, we really need to look at this a little bit more. And in Albemarle, they actually gave a completely conflicting account, basically said, no, that's not what's going on. And so my question is, why is there such a disconnect between what the teachers are seeing and hearing and what the administration is saying? And I think that cuts across all racial lines. Obviously, the rising tide lifts all boats, so you want every teacher to feel safe, but certainly those newer or those minority teachers. And so I guess the question I have is, where are the teachers here today on this panel that could maybe give a perspective from their view? Because, you know, clearly what we're reading is that the administrators are saying one thing and the teachers are having a completely different experience.
Any of our panelists want to speak to that inquiry?
I represent Richmond along with Senator McClellan, so I can speak just a little bit to Richmond, and maybe Senator McClellan might want to also. I would disagree that our administrators are casting a blind eye to the issues at hand or neglecting. They're systemic issues, they're historic issues, they've gone on for generations, and we have a lot of work to do. Until we address the issues that are part of the communities, we are not going to be able to make transformative changes to our schools in the Richmond city. We have poverty, issues of systemic poverty, issues of trauma and homelessness, violence. All of that is very much a part of what our students bring to the classrooms every day. And I know we have dedicated professionals, both in the teaching staff as well as administrators, who are working to address those.
Yeah, and I would just add to that, not only do I represent Richmond, but I am Richmond Public School parent. And what you see in Richmond, in Petersburg, and a lot of our inner city schools with those teachers, the state made a decision over several years not to fully fund the wraparound services that those students need, whether it's the at-risk add-on, whether it's support personnel, having mental health professionals, counselors, social workers who can take on those wraparound services. When the state put a cap on support personnel, a lot of our localities, including Richmond, Petersburg, and our inner city schools that have a lot of other community needs, they didn't have the money to backfill it. And so what you see is teachers being expected to be social workers, counselors, mental health professionals, assistant principals, disciplinarians, on top of being teachers. That's unsustainable. That's unsustainable. And it makes it more difficult to have a learning environment where everyone can learn, and puts that much more stress on the teachers there. That has been going on for decades. We are beginning, very slowly, to make progress, but then you have a 100-year pandemic on top of that, that increased multifold all of the mental health and community pressures on both the students and the teachers. So it's not just, and the administrators know that, but there's only so much that the superintendent and the principals in Richmond can do if they're not getting the resources to do what they know needs to be done. And it's reaching a breaking point.
So I think that comment is a perfect segue to nice closure to this session. Yes, data are important. Having the right data structures are important. But the most important piece of the process, what bold, courageous decisions are you willing to make as a result of the data you've been given? Data is only as good as the person making the decisions who leverage those data. That's the most important part of the process. Colleagues, please join me in thanking Superintendent White and Dr. Teo for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you so much, Dr. Graham. Thank you so much to our panelists. We are going to take a 10-minute break now, and you can, take a little bathroom break or grab some refreshments, but we will get started for our next session at 2:10. So if you could be back in your seats by 2:10, that would be great. Thank you. If you could find your seats, we are going to get started. I want to keep us on schedule as much as possible. Currently, we are doing very well, and I would love to keep that up.
Working together close to 20 years. She was about 10 when we started. But we have worked shoulder to shoulder through that time, and I will tell you more about her in a minute. And Dr. Emily Solari, who is one of your own, though she comes from California, not everything that comes out of California is good, especially when it comes to literacy. But you have an anomaly in Emily Solari, who is a real scholar in this field, and you are really, really fortunate to have her. So make hay while you have her. We're going to talk about a number of things. I want to start, though, before I say that, I want to give a cheer for democracy and to thank all of you who are public servants and have put yourselves forward to run for office and to make hard decisions. It's a great spirit of collaboration and bipartisanship that I've heard here today, and it's really refreshing. So I just want to put that on the record. I also want to acknowledge the Hunt Institute and our partnership. I'm with the Barksdale Reading Institute, which is an organization based in Mississippi. We were founded by Jim Barksdale, who is a giant of a philanthropist, a native Mississippian, who gave $100 million to the state of Mississippi to lift us off the bottom. And we have been working for 2 decades to do that, and in 2019 finally reached the average on NAEP for 4th grade reading. So we have really been celebrating. And we are happy to report that even though the NAEP media coverage so far has been really dismal and disappointing, and it's pretty bleak. We know how to do this, and so there are many whirling up their sleeves to really get serious at it. But in terms of Mississippi, we have really held our own, and I think that part of what we've done there is create a floor based on the science of reading, so that even though statistically, even though we dropped in score, the national average, as you know, for fourth grade reading is 216, which is down 3 points from 2019. Mississippi is at 217. So we are above the national average now, even though that's nothing to write home about. We feel like the work that we have put in place over the last 2 decades has really built a solid foundation upon which we are now building. So take heart. While we all need to work hard on moving the needle in terms of NAEP, both nationally and from an international point of view, there's a lot of good news in what we're going to talk about today. So I want to frame this conversation. We're going to talk a little bit about the science of reading and what that really means. For those of us who swim in this all the time, it's not a new conversation. It's a conversation that we've been having for some of us for 40 years, which is how old some of this research is. That's only been corroborated over those years. There is absolutely no reason we can't teach every child to read, 95% of them, except for those who are seriously cognitively impaired. We know how to teach every child to read. So that's the good news. We're going to talk about implementation and the importance of that. You have now passed a law, and the rubber meets the road and how it gets implemented. And there are many, many parts to that, and we're going to lean on Kimyana, who has a lot of experience in that regard, to talk about that implementation. We're going to talk about the money and why it's important and how you need to stick to it, because it's not going to happen overnight, but it's an important piece of this. And then we'll talk about some general kind of climate and landscape issues to start with. So let's begin with this question about what we did in Mississippi, and let Kimyana begin by telling us a little bit about who she is and what she's doing at Excel in Ed, and a little bit about our history together, Kimyana, that led us to the Literacy-Based Promotion Act and the key pieces of implementation that have really paid off, getting all of those adults to swim in the same direction.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I am not a research scientist. I am a senior policy fellow in early literacy for Excel in Ed. And I had the pleasure of leading Mississippi's implementation of our Literacy-Based Promotion Act from 2013 to 2019, where within that time frame we made some historic gains state, those schools specifically, and there were non-negotiables. And some people don't like that term. You know, especially local control state, you're trying to tell districts what they must do, what they can't do. And we say, hey, listen, we're looking at your data, which is what you leverage in every conversation around change. We're looking at your data, and your data says that you have not had the capacity to ensure that your children were where they need to be. So we're going to support you in building that capacity. So our science of reading, you know, a lot of people ask, okay, well, this science of reading thing, you know, a lot of people don't understand what that means. And I think our science of reading professional development that we were able to blast across the state, we have one professional development provider, and that's just Mississippi's choice, right? And we had our trainers for that. So that wasn't the issue. We were offering science of reading PD, but when we began telling schools and districts that you had to change your curriculum, that was the problem, because that's the shift. That's the shift in instructional practice. And then one thing that has also been something that's been highlighted, especially here in Virginia, is the opportunity to train your administrators. That is key. We see so many responsibilities for teachers. You know, we were having a conversation this morning about teachers must do this, teachers must do that. But for your administrators, for those who will be responsible for changing the culture in those schools to making that shift, they also have to know about the science of reading thing, because they have to be the ones to hold teachers accountable for actually doing those things and making the shift. And I think the last thing I'll say, and something that we're still trying to embrace in Mississippi, is bringing our educator preparation programs along. There's an educator preparation gap that our candidates are exiting EPPs without the knowledge and skills that they need to teach children how to read on day one. So in addition to making sure that our coursework is changing to reflect the science of reading, we have to make sure that our faculty also have the knowledge that they need in order to teach their candidates and their pre-service teachers about the science of reading so that they can be successful. We want to ensure that our EPPs begin to see themselves in K-12 outcomes. And until this continuum and then this cycle of what happens when students exit the stage for EPPs, we can all clap and say they've graduated, but that impact is far beyond the day that they exit that stage. So it's going to take everyone. I think that's the main thing, that it's going to take all of us in our respective roles to ensure that this landmark legislation that's been passed in Virginia is implemented and supported and done successfully.
Great, thank you. The pipeline really is critical. It needs to be much more seamless than it is. One of the things that we've been working on in Mississippi is this silo, getting over these silos. The Path Forward initiative, of which now Virginia is a part, and I'm really thrilled about that, grew out of our work in Mississippi. There are now 6 new states in the second cohort that we have, which includes North Dakota, who is here, Minnesota, Wyoming, Indiana, Alabama, and Virginia. The purpose of the Path Forward is to embed the science of reading in the curriculum and delivery of instruction in pre-service education, so that eventually we can strengthen the pipeline of new candidates coming out who are ready to teach reading on day one. We know that candidates get better over time, but we need to prepare them to be ready to teach reading on day one, and I think it's possible in a 9 to 12 hour sequence. This is a perfect segue to you, Emily. You have done some remarkable things at UVA in terms of that program, and I'm also fascinated by the model that you all are demonstrating here in your relationship with the state education agency to implement this law. So would you first talk about the work you've done at UVA to change that program, to bring it closer to the science of reading, and then talk a little bit about the relationship you have with the State Department?
Sure, thanks so much for having me. You know, one thing that is beautiful about the Virginia Literacy Act is the comprehensive nature of it. There are states who have passed pieces of this over the years, and we have followed that really closely. But the Virginia Literacy Act involves both K-12 and higher education, really very importantly, in our education preparation programs. And I'll talk a little bit about our process at University of Virginia. As Kelly mentioned, I'm relatively new to Virginia. I've been here for 4 years. And one of the reasons why I came was to work on the reading education program at UVA. When I talk about education prep, I want everyone to remember that it's just one of the levers that we have to push on in order to change outcomes for kids in literacy. So when I arrived at UVA, I spent some time just really doing the things I needed to do, which was dig into our syllabi, talk to our graduates, talk to the people that hire our graduates, talk to them about, are these students prepared to teach reading? And this goes across our initial licensure program, so that means our elementary education program, our special education program, and our reading specialist program, because we have all three at the university. And what I found was that we needed to make some changes, and some significant changes in our syllabi and the way in which we train teachers how to teach reading. And I had the grand challenge of getting all the faculty on board with me, which is a challenge because we do have something called academic freedom in higher education. And to get folks on board behind, well, there is a scientific evidence base for how children learn how to read, and it is our job as people who are training teachers to go out into the field to both train them on what that means. What does it mean to have a brain science behind how children learn how to read? So having that knowledge is really very important, but more importantly, how do you translate that into your practice? So it's both the knowing what it is and the how to do it. And that's really what we talk about when we talk about training teachers around literacy at this point. So what do you know about it and how do you do it? Because our teachers who are in our programs, and our programs are fast in Virginia. Some of our teacher candidates are with us for 1 year. Some are now with us for longer. But we don't have a ton of time with these teachers to get them trained up. And we don't only have to train them on reading and literacy, right? We have to train them on a whole scope of other things. But really, what a candidate wants to know is, what do I do tomorrow in my classroom? What do I do tomorrow? How do I translate this into practice? So we've made sure that across our elementary education initial licensure program and our special education program, that every single one of those students, it doesn't matter which program you're graduating from, you have the same foundational knowledge in how reading develops and how you teach it. Because it turns out teaching reading is teaching reading. Evidence-based literacy instruction is evidence-based literacy instruction. And it doesn't matter if you have a child who your whole classroom or a child with dyslexia, that the approaches are very, very similar. We know if the child with dyslexia needs much, much more dosage, but the instructional approaches are very, very similar. So we made a commitment to make sure that our candidates leave with the same foundational knowledge. Our special education teachers have more intensive instruction in intensifying instruction and database decision making. And we also made a commitment to make sure that our candidates don't leave without having experience teaching a child who is having a difficult time learning how to read. So we place them in local schools, and they have that experience. And this is above and beyond their teacher supervision hours. This is a course, a clinical course that they take, and they work with children who are having difficulties learning how to read, and they use evidence-based practices to teach them how to read.
How many hours of reading is required by the state for licensure?
Not many. So we're required to have it's 2 courses, and our courses at UVA are 3 units. We actually end up having 2 courses plus the clinical practicum that I talked about, plus a course related more to writing development.
So if you were going to make a recommendation, how many hours do you think it would, ideally, that we could do it in? 9, 12, 15?
12 to 15, I mean, the thing is we can't do all of it, right? So 12 to 15, and then considering all the other stuff that we have to do, you know, to be in compliance for the state regulations and accreditation, but 12 to 15. That's really what we're seeing now for our students at UVA.
How reasonable is it that a state could standardize pre-service curriculum? That's a question you weren't prepared to be asked.
That is not a question I heard.
But let me give you some context for it. It's it seems because we know so much about how the brain processes language and how to teach reading, and when you look at the training that teachers are now getting, in-service teachers are now getting through letters and NIHOUSE and AIM Institute and all of those sources, it's pretty standard. It's a pretty standard curriculum, and so it makes me wonder, we are working at it now in Mississippi to craft 12 hours that's going to be pretty standardized. It won't be cookie cutter, but it will require sort of a template for each of these 4 courses. One will be early literacy 1, where we deal with the foundational skills of phonics and phonological awareness. Early literacy 2 will do fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension. There's an assessment course that deals with special populations also, and then there's a writing and content course. It seems to me that's a pretty good diet. I'm just wondering what policy or program could we do to sort of make things a little more standardized?
Yeah, so I mean, it goes back to accreditation of our ed prep programs, which is something that the Department of Education oversees, and that it would have to be, I think, dealt with there in a policy, you know, some sort of policy related to that. We do have accreditation, and most of the universities in Virginia use CAPE. We all use CAPE. But unfortunately, the standards for CAPE are not well aligned with the science of reading.
That may be worth repeating. Because these,
in my opinion,
yeah, these accreditations really, they drive a lot. They're time consuming. They're very expensive. Yeah, but they may in fact be undermining our work with science of reading.
Yeah, and so we just went through a CAPE accreditation at the University of Virginia, and you know, we have enough. It was not a lot of questions about scientifically based reading instruction and evidence-based literacy instruction.
Okay, so one of the things that we learned in Mississippi was it's one thing to learn about the theory of the science of reading. It's a very different thing to teach it, to practice it. And as Emily has said, the candidates want to know, show me how to do it. Teachers want to know that as well. Kimyana, can you talk a little bit about the coaching piece of this? I know that the coaching is mentioned in the law. I wasn't quite sure how it's funded and how many coaches you all have and how they are distributed or selected, but can you talk a little bit about the coaching piece and its importance?
Sure. With our law, it is required that those schools, we look at an average of 2 years of third grade data, and we literally rank order schools from those schools that have the highest percentages of students who are scoring below proficient, and we match coaches to those schools. When we first started, the goal was to hire 75 literacy coaches, and it was in the newspaper and all over everywhere. We hired 24 people, including myself, to run the effort. It was because we did not have the capacity. If we knew how to teach reading, we would have been doing it all of those years, right? So that was a lot of conversation around, do you mean to tell us that you can't find 75 people to serve as literacy coaches? And the truth was that we could not at the time. So what we found, though, and we developed a model for literacy coaching that included making sure that they were modeling best practices in classrooms with teachers, that they were helping teachers to transfer this knowledge, this new knowledge they had around the science of reading into practice with real kids, right? It's one thing to have the video kids, and when you teach, they're gonna just respond, but that's not what happens in real life in a lot of classrooms. So coaches are there to support teachers in changing and shifting their practice, providing feedback, helping them to analyze data and then respond to that data. So coaching was a big piece for us, and it took about 3 years before we got to our number of 75. Because as we began to train more teachers, and had schools that had coaches and were used to that type of environment of coaching being non-evaluative, then we begin to receive better qualified candidates for coaching positions. So it goes back to building knowledge, and I always say invest in people. Those are the ones who are standing in front of kids every day. So we have to invest in our teachers, and then the coaches are there to support them in making this transition. So it's going to be extremely important for Virginia to have this model for coaches, one thing that can be replicated, because what we found as we were trying to build our cadre of coaches, that there were school districts or schools that had people that had those titles. They had coaches in schools, they just weren't coaching, right? They had the title, but they would sometimes be an assistant to the principal, or they would sometimes substitute in classrooms, so they weren't able to really do their coaching job, so that it wasn't allowed to impact change in the classrooms where it mattered. So as we created this model for coaching, how to document your supports and services, how to have conversations with administrators about the type of support you were providing, then we just did an all-call and said, hey, if you're in the state and you are in a position where you're called a literacy coach, we want you to come to our training. We'll train you from the Department of Ed. We'll give you our tools and instruments, and we'll offer you a professional learning community so that you can do this coaching thing the right way. And we were able to multiply our efforts. But I'm one for a model. I'm one for really kind of codifying how things work and refining the process as you go along. And in that way, it can be replicated. So our coaches, we know that we would not have made the gains that we were able to make without coaches in those classrooms, talking to teachers and administrators in a way to say, well, hey, this is the window for screening students. Have you screened your students? This is the window where parent notification letters should have gone out. Have you done that? Or this is the new curriculum. Let me make sure that you are aware of all the different supplemental resources that come along with it, so that we cannot skip a beat and skip resources in the scope and sequence. So coaching was extremely important in the implementation phase. We've all been to trainings where, you know, we get the binders, and now we just get the PowerPoints or the resources with the links. And if no one's really holding us accountable to making that change, then sometimes it falls by the wayside. So we have to make sure that we hold those accountable. And that starts with our, you know, of course, in the classroom, that includes our parents and families. And Virginia's law does have resources for families. So when we talk about this comprehensive approach, it's all of us. It's everyone. It's the parents and families. It's the teachers, administrators, and of course, it's our students and what we're able to provide as far as interventions and support and even enrichment. Because we talk so much about reading deficiencies that we forget that there are some students who are ready. And we need to provide them with the support that they need in order to continue to advance and grow as learners as well.
Yeah, so implementation is really key. All of those moving parts, the coaches have played a critical role. One of the things we know from some of the research around coaching is that if you sit in a seminar and learn about the science of reading, you're likely to implement 5 to 15% into your practice. If you get a coach, that goes up to 95%. So it's important to invest in that piece of it and make sure that they are well trained. Which brings me back to you, Emily. What are you doing around the coaching piece? I understand you're doing some of this training, and talk a little bit more also about what you're doing with the State Department and the rollout of this law.
Sure. We have a deep partnership with the Virginia Department of Education around the implementation of this act, and it builds on a decades-long partnership around the literacy screener that is used across the Commonwealth. And part of our charge is that we are developing modules and training materials for our reading specialists across the Commonwealth, our administrators, and our K-3 teachers. And then on top of that, we're also we are getting literacy coaches on the map. So as we were just talking about, part of this is that all our school divisions need someone to turn to talk about what's going on the ground. And so We are hiring literacy coaches in order to put them out across the Commonwealth in different regions so that our reading specialists have someone to look to that know the context, know that community and that context and what's going on there, to help with the implementation on the ground.
Great, thank you. We've known about this research for a long time, and there's been a good bit of legislation over time to improve reading achievement. Probably the most familiar to those in this audience is something called Reading First. But the evaluation of Reading First was pretty mixed, but there was a lot of money behind it, and so as you are all poised to roll out this act and to put the money behind it, talk a little bit about this, Emily, the difference between what we're doing now and what we learned from Reading First and how important the funding is.
Yeah, so I think this is a really important question. It's the question we actually get a lot from folks on the ground around Reading First, and wait, is this not Reading First 2.0? I think it's a legitimate question. We've been here before. The nation has been here before. We have tried very hard to take big legislative packages to improve reading outcomes for children across the country. So I think there's some stuff that people need to know about Reading First. There's some differences between what Reading First is and what the Virginia Literacy Act is. One important piece is that Reading First did not push on the lever of higher education at all. There was no attempt to go into education preparation programs and make sure that, that those teachers were being prepared in the best way possible to begin to teach reading on day one. And the other thing is, Reading First was very well funded in the first 2 years, but in the second year or the third year, it was 60% of the funding was slashed by the administration, and by year 4, essentially, there was no funding left. And when I talk about literacy change, and the other thing I think is really important is that the Reading First funds only hit about 10% of schools across the country. So it's really very hard to evaluate outcomes based on 10% of schools across the country. And so when we think about this change, we are fundamentally asking teachers and administrators to fundamentally change practice. That is a huge ask. And change like that takes 3, 5, and 10 years. And so part of this is that we have to be committed to that. We have to be committed that this is a long-term game plan. This is not an 18-month switch. It is not a 2-year switch. It is 3 to 5 to 10 years. And there will be victories along the way as long as we stay on the path, but it will take longer than anyone at this table wants it to take. It certainly is going to take longer than I want it to take. But we have to be committed to making sure that it's funded in the long term, and that we are pushing on all those levers simultaneously for the next 3, 5, and 10 years.
Great point. So Kimyana, let's talk a little bit about this science. I understand that there are some states who have banned something called the queuing system. Can you enlighten us on what that is and why they would ban it and what it looks like in Virginia?
Well, I'll kind of pitch it to Emily to help me with what it looks like in Virginia. Arkansas was one of the first states, I believe in 2021, to ban 3 queuing curricula. This is a curriculum, if you've of course heard about the reading wars, this is a curricula, or these are approaches within curricula that are focused on whole language or balanced literacy, where students are being asked to guess. It's the MSV, where they're asked to think about the meaning of the sentence, all of the words surrounding the word that they don't know. They're asked to look at syntax or to determine would a verb be the best type of word to go here, or a noun. They're also asked to rely on visual cues, to look at the picture to determine what the word is. And from all of those things, none of them actually require students to look at the word, the unknown word, the unfamiliar word, and decode that word. For so long, it's been taught in some places with whole language or balanced literacy that, we're thinking about overall comprehension, not accuracy. but accuracy actually means a lot, right, in sentences. For example, if a student looked at a picture and said, well, they went fishing on a ship, and the word could be boat, but the teacher would say that's great because you have the concept of what it is. So not trying to ensure that there's accuracy in the word, but just the, oh yeah, that happens in real life. And a lot of students have been taught to memorize. So when they're at home and they're reading to their mom or dad or their family member, you're thinking, oh, my child is reading. And they've memorized all of these things. The pandemic really shed a light on a lot of what, parents thought that their children were really doing well. And when many of our parents and families were forced to stay home, they may have been working in one room on Zoom, or their child was working in another room on Zoom or at the table, and they were asked to read something and they saw their children struggling, but had been receiving report cards saying that their child was just fine, right? So it started a lot of conversations at literal kitchen tables around, does my child actually know how to read? And will they be able to access information after the pictures are taken away, after the guessing is done? So this is just not a good approach to teach children how to read. And so with the science of reading, it focuses on this systematic, explicit approach to teach children how to look at the word, to decode, to learn these strategies so that they can apply these skills to unfamiliar words and unknown words. And a lot of that is we talk a lot about what happens in educator preparation programs. What we know is some of our faculty, they are going to teach their students how they were taught to read, right? So we have to have this effort where it's okay. If you don't know, we'll help you. If you don't know, we have training for that, right? If you don't know, we have support for that. So that has to be the bigger conversation around all of us learning as we are making this shift together. So Emily, talk a little bit about it.
Emily, teach us the simple view of reading. With this captive audience, I always like to teach the simple view of reading and then challenge them to go home and teach it to their spouse or partner or dog.
I might avoid teaching the simple view of reading, but so we know from brain science that when even a very, very fluent reader, a lot of us in this room are probably fluent readers, that we actually attend to every single letter that we see on the page. We do not see a word and read it. We attend to every single letter. And so how that translates into evidence-based practice is that we actually need to explicitly and systematically teach children that connection between the letters and the sounds. And we know from national data that upwards of 65% of our districts and divisions across the country are using curricula that do not do this. They are using curricula that do the cueing system. And so when we talk about the science of reading and scientifically based reading research, this is what we're talking about. We need to make those explicit and systematic connections for children so that they can learn how to read. But we also know that just knowing how to read is not reading and comprehending what you read. There are other things that are really very important, like oral language, which is the other side of the simple view of reading, so I am explaining it now. Like oral language, we want to make sure that our children are in literacy-rich environments or vocabulary-rich environments so that they are developing language over time in tandem with this explicit and systematic instruction and decoding. So when we talk about evidence-based literacy instruction, that's what we're talking about. It's both of those things in tandem, and building rich background knowledge for children. That's really, really important for comprehension. Every educator I know, and myself, has known a child who can actually fluently read, but does not comprehend what they're reading. And that is just as big of a problem as a child who cannot fluently read or decode. So both the oral language and the decoding has to be happening from very early age, from our pre-K space, up and through the early primary years of elementary school. Yeah. That's the simple view of reading.
Great, thank you. And so these early childhood, early K-3 legislations, policies that we're seeing all across the country have really helped to build the foundation for introducing this and making sure every every teacher is equipped to teach this way. Okay, I'm getting a signal, 10 minutes. But let's just spend a minute on what happens after third grade, because we know that many kids get through that third grade gate and still struggle to read. And so Mississippi is, now that we've got a pretty well-oiled machine going with K-3, doesn't mean we've solved it all, but we are really working hard now and turning our sights to 4th through 8th grade and building a pipeline of a pathway to literacy so that we are checking and benchmarking kids along the way so they don't get to the 9th grade and we discover that they're 3 years behind in reading. So talk a little bit about what happens in 4th and through 8th and what Virginia should be thinking about.
So the simple view of reading is a developmental, empirically validated framework that goes from birth through adulthood. So it's really the same strategies that we should be thinking about for 4th to 8th grade. We want to make sure that it's evidence-based literacy instruction. And I also want to point out that we know that right now we're in a very different position than we were even 5 or 10 years ago in the Commonwealth around reading scores. And thinking about that is we have to think about, we cannot leave our 4th to 8th graders sort of behind in this. So fixing literacy instruction in K-3, extremely important. And the reason why it's so important is because the brain science also tells us that intervening early gets the biggest bang for your buck, right? We just know that. There is a critical period. But we also know that there are 4th to 8th to 12th graders who are still having a hard time learning how to read. That's just a fact. And so these threads can be pulled through 4 to 8th grade for sure, and investing in things like reading specialists at the middle school level. A lot of our divisions don't have reading specialists in the middle schools. It's very, very common in the elementary schools. But some models that have been shown to be effective is making sure that you have knowledgeable people in the middle school space who know about the science of reading, who can collaborate with our content area teachers around reading. Our middle school teachers and high school teachers, they are not taught how to teach children how to read. It's not a part of the secondary credential. It's just not. And so you have to bring knowledge into that space to make sure that these folks can collaborate together to ensure that the kids who are falling behind in those spaces get the services that they need. And then making sure, of course, that beyond 3rd grade, the core curriculum, the supplemental instruction, and the intervention programs are aligned with science, aligned with what we know how the brain learns how to read.
All right, thank you. So let's open this up for some questions. What would you all like to ask these experts? Yes, ma'am.
I wondered at one of my local elementary schools, they had Virginia service volunteers. I guess they're part of AmeriCorps Virginia. And they seem to be having a lot of success with them. They took some kind of crash course on being literacy coaches. What do you all think of bringing in outside people to work one-on-one with students?
Yeah.
I can speak really quickly to that, and I'll pass it over. We also do the same thing through the America Reads program, which is a federally funded program that we get funds at UVA, and then we train folks in-house the same exact way that our clinicians get trained, and then they go out to the community to do reading intervention in that space because it's actually really hard for some of our families to get to UVA, and parking is an issue. So we put them out in the community, and we go to them to do after-school instruction for kids.
And I'll just piggyback on that. We have to reimagine tutoring. Our America Reads programs across the country have been great. They have been leveraged in legislation. Tennessee is in Tennessee's Learning Loss and Remediation Act. They have tutors in there, but their tutors are trained in the science of reading. So when I say reimagine tutoring, so it's not just I'm going to help you with your homework, where we've had, in the past, tutors just come, they help with homework, but really making sure that our tutors are able to address students' reading deficiencies and support them in building their foundational skills as well. So equipping and empowering our tutors to really support that instruction that's happening in the classroom.
Yeah. done well, America Reads done well can be a good pipeline for training teachers too, for recruiting teachers. A well-trained teacher is a good retention tool, so if you do it right, they'll stay because they'll know what to do and they'll have success. What other questions do you have?
Sorry, real quick. 2 questions. The first one is, how many states would you say are implementing this on what you might consider to be more of a comprehensive level?
That's a question for Kumyana.
We've done a 50-state scan that is going to be released next month during our national summit. There may be 11 states that have adopted. So I want to make sure that we differentiate between adopted and implemented. That have adopted this comprehensive approach to addressing early literacy. And with Excel and Ed this year, we worked with 15 states that either adopted policies, strengthened policies, or protected certain components of their policy. So even before the pandemic, we weren't doing well as a country, right? We have to admit that. Post-pandemic, we know that we need a lot of support. And passing these laws is a great first step. I call it literacy law and equity law. We have to make sure that these things that are happening, that are great things happening, that they are happening everywhere. That's why we have the law. Thank you for saying that. Amen, somebody. That's right. Because some of these practices are happening in our higher performing schools, or the parents have the money to pay for tutors to make sure that their children are learning how to read. But if it's law to say, we have to make sure teachers are provided with the knowledge and skills they need. We have to make sure that children are being provided interventions. We have to make sure that parents and families are notified at the beginning of the year, not at the end, when parents are told, well, your child may not be promoted. But at the beginning of the year, and then also giving them resources to support how they can help. That's the way in which we have to approach this thing.
So I appreciate that, and because that kind of leads into my secondary question, is that whenever we're talking about this from a public policy perspective, I mean, you said it best, right? We're talking about laws. So now we're talking about not giving you an option. You will do it a particular way, and obviously that comes with a fair amount of pushback, and for good reason. So I guess the secondary question that I have is that within the implementation process of this, whenever we hear that's like, well, it could take 10 years before we really, like, I get that, I understand that this is not an overnight solution, most things aren't. By the same token, we still have to be able to explain to our constituents why we chose a particular path versus another one. So what are some of the good objective metrics that we can use based off of current implementation, and where can we get those metrics in order to properly evaluate this? And I'll just tell you from my perspective, there's a lot of things that we grade in politics based off of how much money spent, how many, what we really want here, and I think everybody wants here, is our children at a point where we're properly equipping them to be truly literate, and whatever metrics that are available in order to be able to make that argument that this system really is highly effective in achieving what we want. And not just that, but I think the argument that I keep hearing here is that there are some approaches to education where we can say, hey, there's multiple different paths to be able to get to the same place, and it might be dependent on a variety of factors. I want to make sure I'm hearing this correctly. What's being discussed here is to say that, no, it's pretty much this path. Now, there may be some caveats to that based off of, extenuating circumstances, things like dyslexia and whatnot, but the path's the path.
Yes.
Okay.
Every brain processes language the same way. We have pictures of the brain showing us that is the case. So it's pretty hard science. Do you want to say one last word about metrics?
I can say something too. You get a moment.
I can speak to Virginia. Emily and I were kind of deciding who she was like, do you want to talk to it? Because that's a great question. Because, I think one of the things, having been a former school board member and a parent of public school students, I had no idea that my kids had assessment data that I could have seen in kindergarten, first and second grade that would show me their strengths and weaknesses in literacy. And I literally had a parent of a third grader yesterday who stopped me and said, my daughter is now being put into a special program for reading, and they keep telling me just to read more to her every night. I'm doing everything they're telling me to do, and she's not reading. And I said, well, have you requested her PALS assessments for kindergarten, first and second grade? And she said, I don't even know what those are. And so, yes, we do have metrics that measure how we're doing and the skill sets we're teaching kids. but we've never utilized that data, nor have we grown it beyond K through 2 as a Commonwealth. And the Literacy Act grows that, continues that growth. And we will start using that data. So we will have school divisions that now submit literacy plans and are able, as part of that, to include those metrics and their success in the data. And parents get that as well, so that parents know where their children need support. So that flustered third grade parent that feels like they're failing or that their student is failing, just reading more is not the solution to where her child is struggling right now in literacy skills. So that's, yes, the act will start bringing that data forward and implementing it, being used.
And I'll add a little bit about metrics. First, a communication strategy. There has to be a communication strategy. It's state-led and also district-led around how we're doing, what your roles and responsibilities are. Leverage your state partners. In Mississippi, we were able to leverage the Rail Southeast, who actually did a study of our professional development impact for free. After about the third year that we were implementing it, we were able to show data and leverage that for funding with our legislature. And for your district scores, there are going to be some districts that move a little more quickly than others, that show some gains. Lift those out. Lift out their best practices. Make sure that people know that these things are happening and they're moving. And then I always say to school boards and even to state boards, your agenda reflects your priorities. Making sure that you are talking about literacy, talking about what's going on in schools and districts, so that it can be at the forefront of conversations around the state.
Sorry, real quick, just to clarify, so that was all very helpful. I guess the other thing I was asking for, though, is what metrics do we have that currently exist based off of states that have implemented this? So I'm assuming Mississippi might be.
Yes, we have NAEP data, which is, of course, the only national way that we can compare states, but we have data from states that have adopted laws as far back as a decade ago. Mississippi adopted in 2013, some adopted in 2012, 2011, and of course Florida adopted in 2002. Mississippi, we were 48th, we went to 29th, and we're now actually 21st with this new round of data in 4th grade reading. So we can show growth in certain states that have adopted policies. For example, North Carolina adopted a policy in 2012, Read to Achieve. After about 9 years of them not doing it comprehensively, they checked the boxes, but they really didn't have the on-the-ground support or any of the supports. They just passed the law. In 2021, they revamped it and called it Excellent Public Schools Act. They have the science of reading all the way through. It looks similar to Virginia's act, and now they are really committing to the implementation piece that they didn't have tight before. So
that, I will say, that's one of the lessons we learned from states who had adopted but had not focused on implementation. Just because you adopt a law, if you don't quickly start following up on the implementation, it does nothing for you.
That's right.
And we've done a really great job, I will say, the folks who are boots on the ground implementation and moving it forward faster than any other states who have been before us. So, amen. Yes, we've done a very great job. So you'll see that. But Mississippi is who we actually met with to learn their lessons, and they shared with us the things that were bad and the things that went really well. So we learned a lot from Mississippi.
Yep.
So getting adults to all row in the same direction is how it happens. We'd like to end on that note that Mississippi is off the bottom. If we can do it, you can too. Please join me in thanking our experts.
Good job. Great.
Thank you.
This has been wonderful, Kelly.
Thank you so much, Kelly, and thank you again to our panelists. We are just going to take 1 minute to transition our speakers to the table for our next session, so please stay in your seats while they get settled. And we will be getting started with our Creating a Culture of Innovation conversation in 1 minute. So please don't go anywhere. We're just about to start. We just got to transition our speakers.
Oh, well, you know, it's so cold. I'm always cold because I don't even have to put my gloves on until my hands are cold. But it's really cool. Somebody else has something. But I'm just a cold-naked person, so you can't judge by me.
Shawl. You're right here.
Okay.
Crazy man.
Our timekeeper will be in the same place that Kristen was, in that back corner.
I'm going over. I don't care when she says
No,
it's
I'm
time.
good. I just put my gloves. Down, I put my gloves on. I got better. And look, the turtleneck along my neck, that helps. Dr.
Dr. Weinberg.
How are you, Senator
I'm
Lucas?
fine. How about you?
I heard you were in New Mexico.
I was.
Out at Tamaya?
I was.
What'd you think?
Please find your seats again if you moved around. And we are going to get started with our Creating a Culture of Innovation conversation. Okay, so next up we are very excited to have a few really great panelists here who are going to talk about creating a culture of innovation in Virginia schools. But to kick us off, I'm going to turn it over to our co-chair, Delegate Glenn Davis, to make some opening remarks. Thank you.
And hopefully the private sector to prepare students for exactly what they're going to see out in that workforce. So with us, we have the Secretary of Education, Amy Gadara, with us, as well as Dr. Gordonson, Dr. McKnight, and Michael Weinberg, and look forward to some great conversation here about that. And with that, Doctor, I'd love to turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm really honored to be here. My name is Michael Weinberg. I'm the Senior Policy Officer with the Thornburg Foundation. We're based in New Mexico. And what I think is exciting about this panel is that we're really getting to hear about what's happening in Virginia. I've enjoyed all the presenters so far to get that national perspective, but I think learning about innovations in your own state is particularly exciting. I did want to brag, since I have the mic, just for a minute about New Mexico, because I think that there's some things that we get to learn from you. We had a prep call prior to this, and I said to the presenters, I want to follow up with you because there's some really innovative things happening. In New Mexico in particular, there were a couple things I wanted to note that I think are relevant, and we're going to hear about the importance of teacher preparation. And you've already heard quite a bit about vacancy rates and how do we keep and retain good teachers. One of the things that we've really focused on is good preparation is a strategy for how you keep teachers in the classroom long term. So teacher residencies in particular, which I know Dr. McKnight is going to talk about. In New Mexico, we've gone this last year from having 40 teacher residents to 353 teacher residents statewide. And we saw just in this last school year, our vacancy rate drop by 34%, which is tremendous. That's the direction that we want to see it moving. And then the other is around career technical education. And I know we're going to hear from Dr. Goranson talking about Code RVA, but we have invested as a state in establishing innovation zones, particularly around career technical education. So that's the New Mexico excitement. But let me start with Dr. Goranson. And if you could just tell us about Code RVA. What does it look like to have students participate in personalized, integrated, and applied learning through this innovative school model? And what types of lessons from Code RVA could be replicated to future lab schools?
All right, well, I'm so glad you asked. So thanks for having us here. Code RVA Regional High School, if you have not heard of us yet, then I certainly want to start with an open invitation to come and visit us. We are the only school of our kind in the entire Commonwealth, and we have been operating since 2017. We currently serve 345 students from 15 school divisions across the Central Virginia region. Although we're located in the city of Richmond, some students come from up to an hour away to access a high-quality computer science-focused education. Our model, as Michael said, is based on the idea of personalized, integrated, and applied learning, and that just flows off the tongue right there. So let's talk about what that means in practice, okay? So personalized learning for us means that their learning is personalized around what each student needs, and due to our small school size, we are able to know each student as a person as well. Unlike that traditional instruction I received back in the 1900s here in Virginia, our students are scheduled weekly for their instruction by their teachers based on real-time formative data that the teachers are collecting. Our teachers look at what students need, and then they use a small group setting to deliver their instruction. At Code RVA, integrated learning means lots of things, but specifically for this discussion, we'll talk about the integration of computer science across all subject areas. That's one of the things we're most proud of. Elements of computational thinking, right? If you're thinking, I'm not 100% sure what computer science is, it's okay. Like a lot of people don't in Virginia schools. And so think of terms like decomposition, breaking things down into its smaller parts, pattern recognition, abstraction, which is identifying the most important parts of something, and then algorithmic thinking, step-by-step thinking, right? All of those things are things that we do, and you can actually use those in every subject area. And we use that to reinforce computer science across all of our core areas. Computer science is considered a core course, and so our students are immersed in it not only in their computer science classes, but in all content areas. Applied learning can be seen in our use of workplace skills such as agile methodologies. For our business partners in the room, you may recognize that term. We start that as early as 9th grade, and then we offer internship programs for all of our students. So all Code RVA students in 11th and 12th grade participate in a 6-week immersive internship, which means their classes actually stop while they're in their internship. 11th grade students work in groups at a fake company using our in-house curriculum that teaches them about business intelligence, software development, data analytics, and cybersecurity. At the end of 11th grade, our students do mock interviews with real business partners, and they interview for fake promotions, but they have that real-world opportunity to interact with the community. And then in 12th grade, our students work at Code RVA for actual clients on projects given to us by businesses, nonprofits, and entrepreneurs. Our students have created websites and apps, they analyze data, and then at the end of their 12th grade internship, they present their finished products in real time to their clients in front of the community, business partners, community partners, school board members, superintendents, so students have that real world opportunity. And we know that not every school can deliver the type of instruction that Code RVA does, but the integration of computer science can go into every subject area and in every setting, including the comprehensive school setting. So what about our model could be replicated in the creation of lab schools? I would say as an independent school, we are locally governed by our school divisions. Code RVA is also unique in that we do not receive any state or federal funding. And rather than using a strict set of criteria to admit students into our program, we use a barrier-free lottery system. We're the only school where every student who is a first-time rising 9th grader and a resident in our partner division can apply for admission. So we don't have any entry requirements like essays, tests, interviews, or minimum GPAs. And we have a highly diverse student body. 22% of our students are identified as receiving special education services, which is well above averages in any other school. And 40% of our students are identified as economically disadvantaged. Our students are proof of concept that our school can be successful, that all students can learn computer science, and our results are great. 31% of our students obtained an associate degree in computer science last year, while still obtaining their high school diploma. 97% of our students pass their reading SOL, and 93% of our students pass their math SOL, excuse me. So I think that Code RVA has a lot to demonstrate to the creation of Code RVA style schools across the Commonwealth, and we're excited to embark on that adventure and be part of a network of learning in Virginia.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Goranson. I should have said at the outset, I'll ask a question of each of the panelists. I have a question for all of them, and then there'll be plenty of time for discussion. But if you want to jump in at any point, that is your prerogative as well. Dr. McKnight, I know you were getting excited today. We've been talking a lot about teacher preparation and this idea that if we want different outcomes, we probably need to be having different inputs in the way that we prepare teachers. Your research has been focused on recruiting, retaining, and supporting teachers. Could you share some of the challenges that may arise for teachers when transitioning to a more innovative learning experience? And how might policymakers better support educators in this transition?
Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I'm going to begin with a quote by Deming that says, "Every system is perfectly designed to get the results it gets." And I think as we think about the work that we do in the Center for Teacher Leadership at Virginia Commonwealth University, we focus on teacher residencies, and think of that as student teaching on steroids. It's based on the medical residency model where you are getting your degree paid for and you are working in a school from the first day of teacher work week until the last day of school. You're in the classroom of a rock star teacher who is also getting a stipend. And over time, that while they're taking their courses, they are also applying that knowledge into the setting with which they will work. In exchange for getting their degree paid for, they will then work in a hard-to-staff school for 3 additional years while getting ongoing support. Just a little history about our program. We started 12 years ago. We are the largest and longest-standing teacher residency program in Virginia. When we began in Richmond Public Schools, it was for secondary teachers, and then we expanded to Petersburg City, Chesterfield County, and Henrico, and we're now expanding to over 12 more school divisions. To me, it's the one blessing of COVID is that our faculty were able to take their coursework and turn it online. So now school divisions all over the state can access this. When we have that, think of the coursework that they're doing. Instead of just reading it in a book, if they're going to learn about the science of reading, they will tutor a student in the classroom that they are in for at least 4 days a week. They're taking classes, typically nights, weekends, or 1 full day a week. And then again, so we are so thankful because in the General Assembly, there's a line item for teacher residencies that was at $500,000 and is now up to $2.25 million. We use that funding, and we get about 1.2 of that each year, and or this current year. And we take that and give each person who is learning to be the teacher $25,000. And so again, it reduces the financial barrier because we know getting into preparation is, it's a huge financial barrier. But then on the other side, it's not just about recruitment, it's about the retention and the supports. And so we do a gradual release of responsibility where that resident who is the person learning to be the teacher is starting to take on 1 subject and then 2, and then by the spring, they're doing solo teaching where they are the main teacher while their mentor is sitting outside of the room and coming in to collect data. We ensure that our mentors are trained to coach other adults. And so we use the new Teacher Center model, which is an evidence-based coaching model, in order for them to teach someone else how to be the teacher. I think everyone in this room could look around and you have a favorite teacher. But there's both an art and a science to teaching. And so in order to then give to the next generation to learn how to do that, they need to be properly prepared and then supported along the way. And the last thing I'll say on this is that we have expanded from secondary to special education to elementary, and then we were just received from Congressman McEachin's support through the community project funding to go into early childhood educators too. And so we try to go to the communities, recruiting from paraprofessionals, teachers for tomorrow, and really focus on grow your own so that you go back to the community with which you were raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight. And I just want to underscore what you said about those increased appropriations and really compliment you as a legislative body for recognizing the importance of that. But I also want to up the ante just a little bit. So we funded it at $20 million this year as a state, and the stipend we're paying to our residents is $35,000 apiece. Some districts are kicking in an additional amount. You're at $25,000 is what I heard. $25,000 per resident as a. But that's going mostly to their degree. So oh. Hey, I didn't put her up for that.
Okay, what we gotta do?
You know, it's just a little friendly state rivalry, New Mexico and Virginia. But I think that what we're trying to do is make it as or more attractive than alternative licensure pathways. So, not to distract too much, but in New Mexico, you can become a teacher of record on day one and earn a starting teacher salary while you pursue your teaching credential. The problem with that is around quality, as well as what we see as teachers leave quite earlier in their career when they're not adequately prepared. So as a state, we've made this economic argument that it's worth putting more money on the front end. So with that, Secretary Cadera, will you talk with us about funding needs of non-traditional school models? How can policymakers ensure that the dollars allocated to innovation are sustainable and effective?
So happy to do that, but I'm going to start, since Kim did the Edward Deming throwdown, I'll bring my favorite Edward Deming quote, which is, "In God we trust, all others bring data." So that's my answer to that, is that we need to make sure that as we're doing innovation, and I'll start with going back to the NAEP scores that are just omnipresent in my brain now and should be in all of ours, is that there is no better indicator of how our one-size-fits-all school system is failing our kids, right? We have proof right now that our education system is not working for all of our children. And so this is why this focus on innovation matters so much. We have the data. We continue to get data. The data continues to come in that it's not working for everybody. It's working for some kids, right? We do have excellence and quality in Virginia schools for some kids. And this is why we need to focus on innovation and say there need to be multiple ways to ensure that we are teaching every single child, that we're seeing every child, and we're making sure that every single Virginia student is prepared for success in life. And that's why there is a focus on innovation in the Youngkin administration. As you all know, in May, we announced the beginning of an office that will focus on innovation. You know, it's difficult right now even to go across the Commonwealth and say, where are our innovative schools? Who's doing things differently? We don't even have a catalog of that. And so part of this is, how do we start cataloging, learning, finding out how much it costs to get results in a different way? And how do we also start to learn from the innovation that's happening and building a network and a culture that values innovation and says we're going to learn from places that are doing things differently and then getting different results? Because we all know the definition of idiocy is continuing to do the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And so we need to start thinking differently about how do we educate. And we have evidence about what works, right? Part of the reason why the governor went to Code RVA and made his big push for lab schools is we know this is possible to do, and to think differently about how do we put students first in our learning process, how do we use evidence-based models to do it, and how do we get the results. And I really want to encourage anyone that has not been to Coombs School to please go and see it, because you will leave energized and excited to see what is possible when we serve all kids and every child well, and it's incredible. So let me go to lab schools. This is why lab schools and the application, when you look at it, and I encourage everybody to go onto the Virginia Department of Education website and just Google lab schools in Virginia, and you will go to a page that describes how you can apply to be a partner, how you can apply to be part of this process, and to tap into the $100 million that we have put aside for innovation through these lab schools. And the whole purpose of these lab schools are to bring innovation and choices to families and students that want a different system to do it to every single corner of the Commonwealth. And to do that, when you see in the application, you see the rubric, and this is to your question, it is so vitally important that these designs for these schools are built to last, built to have impact, and built to be sustainable. And so those are the critical pieces that are going to be part of the application, and what the State Board of Education will be reviewing is to ensure that there is data to back up what these theories of our actions are, and saying what is going to be different for these children than is different in our current system right now. Just to give you a quick update on where we are, so we'll be looking at that sustainable data. We actually have 5 applications that are already in the till right now, and that will start being reviewed. One of those is already going to be not a planning grant. 4 of those are for planning grants, and one of those is actually to go straight to be approved as a lab school and ready to open as soon as they get approved. So things are moving, it's exciting, and I think that we're about ready to unleash an entire world of innovation. And I just want to say my personal thanks to Dr. Goranson for really being an inspiration and also to be the hub of what we hope will be a network of computer science-focused schools that will not all be cookie-cutter the same, but will be inspired by the work and the results that we're getting out of Code RVA. So happy to answer questions, but bottom line is the core to what we need to do in innovation is to make sure that all of our children have access to, they're exposed to the world outside of school, they have experiences in the world outside of school, and they get expertise in something outside of school before they graduate. And we know we are not doing that right now for the vast majority of our children. And so as a result, it's not working. And so I'm really excited that we're going to be having conversations together about how we learn from this initial batch of lab schools and how we continue to create a culture that values and incents and rewards innovation.
Great, thank you so much, Secretary Godera. This question is for everyone, or for all three panelists, but I think I'll start with you because it continues with this really focusing on lab schools and the promise that they offer. So what types of programs and policies might policymakers explore to ensure that lab schools across Virginia are supporting student learning?
So again, I'll go back to the application and the rubric. The number one thing that people need to show to, that has the weighted the most is, are these schools designed to serve the children most at risk and most in need of something different? And the second piece that is most highly rated is, what's different? What is your theory of action? Why do you think how you're proposing, how you're going to change from this current system to something else? Why is that going to have a result? And what's your evidence to back that up? And what you'll also see in there is the importance of these schools being built together with communities to be responsive to community needs, and the importance of partnership. And so this concept of schools should be separate and separate than the community is one that we're trying to blow up. When you listen to Kumi talk about her core model, the walls have been broken down between what's happening in the schoolhouse and what's happening in the world outside. And this is what we've been failing to do. We've been failing to make education relevant to the world outside of schools. And what lab schools are all about is, how do we start bringing the community into the schools and students into the community? And that can be into employers, that can be into museums. How do we encourage learning to happen in different ways? And so I think as we continue to think about that, we also need to measure results. And so it can be lots of different ways that we can get there, but we will hold everyone accountable. These are public schools, and we will hold every single school, lab school, as we do every other public school, accountable for results. And we will be public, and we will have transparency around that, and we'll have accountability to make sure that these schools are producing the results that they said they were going to in the application process.
Thank you. Dr. Goranson, do you want to weigh in on that as well?
Well, I was just going to share, I mean, I'm a data-driven person. I mean, at our school, I do believe that, when you look at school improvement research, right, plan, do, study, act, right? It's very simple when you look at what moves the needle for students in schools. You implement interventions, you measure them, and then you make adjustments. Like it's just a research-driven model that we use in our school all of the time to look at student achievement, to look at our own progress, to see is what we're doing being effective. And I think that there can be a good balance between flexibility around innovation as well as still holding a high standard. Although Code RVA, when it was established, has waivers for accreditation, one of the things we focus on is let's meet the accreditation model, right? Although we're not necessarily, our results are not turned in that way because of the structure of our school, we still know that our students need to meet those benchmarks. So we still hold ourselves to that accountability. However, we have flexibility based, again, on our unique needs. Because our students travel sometimes, again, an hour to get to school each way, we have flexibility on our seat time requirements. And those are important for us, right? So that is an innovation that allows our students. We know that they can still get an education, and by using time and space and technology a little bit differently, we meet those requirements and still hold ourselves to standards, but again, we have some flexibility. So I think there can always be those balances between wanting high standards, high achievement, and having flexibility based on the needs of the school. And I appreciate the opportunity to look at lab schools as being different and having some different flexibility, but still serving students' needs well, which is 100% the goal of public education.
Thank you, Dr. Goranson. Dr. McKnight, anything you would add?
Sure. So I think one of the pieces I hear what both of the other panelists are saying, and I really appreciate this idea as we think about data. And part of this, when we look at teacher working conditions, are student learning conditions. And when we're trying to measure what that looks like from a quality lens, whether that's student achievement, morale, climate, preparation of teachers, all of these different pieces, the whole notion of laboratory schools. So I was a member of the International Association of Laboratory Schools for 7 years, and during that time I got to visit all of these lab schools across the United States and Puerto Rico. And one of the parts around this idea of research to practice gaps, what are you doing to connect higher education to pre-K-12 institutions, and then disseminating that information when it is strong data. And so the models that we're discussing are ways that we're able to say, this works, and now we want to share this with others. So.
Okay, it is 3:32. You're getting close to the end of your day, but you have a chance now to ask questions. So if for no other reason than just to energize yourself, step up and ask a question. Yes. Delegate Davis.
So I love Code RVA, and it's an amazing model. In your, I guess, your online white papers and stuff, you say that you'd like to see Code RVA used as a model for charter schools if they come available. What opportunities or benefits would that allow schools to have that public schools do not have today by implementing your model as a model for charter schools?
Sure, for lab schools, yeah, absolutely. So I think that we could be a model, both in structure would be one of the opportunities, in that we, again, our school is solely funded by regional collaboration. So 15 different partner school divisions have come together, and they partner to support and sustain Code RVA. And so I think that local governance model would be very helpful for when you're looking at lab schools, and it provides school divisions the opportunity to have input on what fits for them. When Code RVA was founded, there was in 2017, there still is a huge gap in the technology workforce all over Virginia. And so Code RVA was founded to create workers who graduate with actual technical skills so that they can move on and fill those vacancies. And that's an important part of what we do. And so I think that that can be, when you look at like what makes a great, what makes a lab school proposal, does it serve a specific need, can be helpful for that community, because the needs in southwestern Virginia may be different from the needs in northern Virginia. So I think that the lab school would be responsive to that. I think that that could be part of it. I also think that we have an opportunity with our lottery system where students are self-selecting to attend, right? So Code RVA is a school where parents and students sign up for a lottery and they show interest in that. So students don't have to come in with prerequisite skills in computer science. They may just have a passion for learning more. And so I think that also goes around the idea that schooling can be a menu. Even in a comprehensive school, schools provide menu of options for students. And so this is just another layer of that, in my opinion, where it's a menu within my home school division. I get a great education there. I might want to choose this type of a lab school. I can get a great education there. All of that is around serving students.
Secretary Goodare, before we come over here, is there anything that you would add? I know you talked about the 5 applications, but that you're seeing from some of the other lab schools that speak specifically to Delegate Davis's question?
So one of the things I was struck, to respond to what Dr. Gordonson said and the other one. So one of the things I was struck with, Kumi, when I met you, was how much time you were spending fundraising. And so I also think that that's another opportunity, is how do we do more at the state level to incent innovation so that great leaders, school leaders like Dr. Goranson, aren't spending all of her midnight hours fundraising because she can't tap into state funds, right? So there's finding a way of how do we incent innovation, and part of that is money. So we'll talk about that too. One of the things I just want to talk about with what we're seeing in the 5 initial ones, the partnership is awesome. In every single one of these 5 applications, and I have not read them, but I've seen summaries of them, because also to be clear, the governor's office has no role in making decisions. My job is chief cheerleader, and then I step aside, and the State Board of Education does it all. So the summaries that I know is that we have an incredible mix of higher education institutions, 4 years, 2 years, partnering with privates, publics, higher ed centers, and every single one of them to date also is partnering with a local school division, or some of them up to 6 or 7 school divisions, much like Dr. Goranson has at Code RVA. and also the employer community and local foundations and local community groups. So it is truly what is happening, and this just makes my policy wonk heart just burst, with joy, is that what's happening is that people are sitting down at tables in communities and saying, what does our community need? What do our students need? And how are we going to build a school that meets those needs? And to me, that's awesome. That's what needs to happen. And after Monday's test results, that's what needs to happen in every single community, is that we need to have those conversations and figure out how do we build schools and how do we support schools so that every single child excels.
Senator McClellan.
I actually have two questions, but one is on a different topic, so I want to wait until we're finished with lab schools. But why aren't we doing that for all of our schools in every school division? Why are we creating new schools to do that?
We should be doing that in our schools, and that's one of the things we've been talking about since day one in this administration, is that we're not doing that in schools, and it's not happening, it has not happened. So as a result, what we have done is created a venue in which people can come together and partner, and we're providing not just permission but incentives for people.
Let me rephrase my question. Why aren't we giving all school divisions the flexibility that they need to meet the needs of their particular students? They've been telling us for years how we can make changes systematically, and we haven't done it. So why aren't we focusing on that? Giving them that flexibility.
We will do that, and it's a yes and conversation, but we're also trying to incent things to happen quickly and to incent partnerships. And I would be pleased if every school ended up being a partnership with outside partners working together with schools. So if this is the model we want to use for education in the Commonwealth, that would be awesome.
Well, can I add a little bit to that last question? Because, and I'm sorry, but we do offer every public school in the city of Virginia Beach to become a charter school, lab school. The concept of a lab school is basically a school that has a board that over the top of that school that is responsible and accountable to the school board that partners with higher education. And they've had the ability to do this for a decade plus. Charter schools is nothing but a public school with a board, and then there's additional money and stuff out there. So the difference between what this is and just giving more money to the public school is requiring the partnership with higher education and requiring a board made of higher education, community members, and industry people to make sure that that innovation comes into place, as well as just throwing more money into it. But we really kind of have thrown it out there for public schools. They just haven't moved on it.
Well, I don't want to belabor the point, but you're talking about a different governance system. Let me take the example of that Dr. Goranson gave with Code RVA. They have the flexibility in their school to specifically respond to travel times. Students who can't get to school, they have the flexibility to change the amount of time they spend in their seats. That's not unique to Code RVA.
Sure.
I can point to schools all across the Commonwealth, rural areas, urban areas, who they've got that same problem, but they don't have the flexibility to say, okay, let's adjust time and seats or figure out a way to address that. That shouldn't require a brand new governing system and a board and them becoming a charter school. That has been my point for years. And again, I won't belabor it because I want to.
But Senator, can I respond to that? I think the power of the status quo in education is so overwhelming that it takes extraordinary leaders like Dr. Goranson that are willing to work 24/7 to do that and to start schools and to do that. It shouldn't take Herculean efforts to get schools that work for kids. And so what we're trying to do is incent it and make it easier for people to partner and to access dollars and to do something different. As the delegate said, this option's been on the table and people haven't done it because the status quo is overwhelming. And so this is a chance to break up the status quo. That's what innovation is. It's about doing something different and getting different results.
Senator McClellan, did you want to ask your next question? And then I saw that.
Well, it's not about lab schools. So if there are more questions about labs, I want to ask more about the teacher residency. So
let's go there. And I know we have a question here and one here. So we'll go to those next, but please.
Okay. I wanted to ask if you have seen over time any changes in, I don't know how to phrase this really, but teacher satisfaction or let me phrase it with, preface it with a comment. I have heard from a lot of teachers that their teacher prep program never really prepared them for classroom management, and that's one of the biggest reasons they feel like they haven't been prepared to teach. Have you noticed a change in that sentiment or retention around classroom preparation issues through your teachers that go through the teacher residency program?
Thank you for the question. And yes, 100%. I think, again, they are not having to just learn about it, but applying it. And again, because we do an extensive application process for our mentor teachers too, that they are the teachers of record in the schools. They are licensed, and we make them do a teaching video for 30 minutes. They do an interview because they are growing the next generation of teacher in their classroom. And so what we want to make sure is that you're only as strong as your weakest mentor. And so what we want to ensure is that when doing classroom management, as an example, they have the best model of the mentor. And then again, over time, that resident is starting to learn it, see it, and then they get to do it. And so they do feel prepared. No one can take away your first year of teaching. As a former kindergarten teacher myself, you will always have that first year of teaching. But by having a strong preparation like a teacher residency program, you've gotten to see the whole year before you then go into that setting. And we have some amazing examples, for instance, in Petersburg, where a resident looped with the students from 3rd grade to 4th grade, already knew them, hit the ground running. And so I do appreciate the question. Did I answer it the way? Thank you. And if I can just count one other piece to this, that, you know, when we talk about retention, we're talking about recruitment and retention of teachers. And I think we can't say enough about teacher leadership opportunities. And so 99% of our mentors over the last 12 years say that being a mentor made them a more effective teacher. When you have a person constantly asking, well, why did you do that? I don't understand why you did that. It makes you stop and reflect. And so the other piece of this is that I know Delegate Van Valkenburg and myself both went through the National Board Certified Teaching process, which only 4% of teachers nationwide go through. And so again, highly reflective process, and it helps you really think about why are you doing this job and are you meeting the needs of every student in your class.
Great. Delegate Van Valken.
Thanks. And I have to re-up that national board this year. So I guess my question goes back to the accreditation question, and I guess, you know, we're going to have a separate conversation, I don't know, about accreditation and how to change it or not change it in the upcoming 6 months, year, whatever. But, you know, one thing that struck me, and I like Code RVA too, and I think they do really great work, but having waived having accreditation waived, right, is something that most public schools don't have the opportunity to do when we're talking about innovation. And I guess I'm wondering, when we're going back to the accountability piece, if the accountability is not tied to accreditation, what is the accountability, and how do we know we're doing an apples to apples comparison so that the stats aren't being completely juked? Which is just a perennial problem in any education data, right? So I'm not saying it's specific to this issue. So my question is like, how are we doing that so that it's in a way that's meaningful and we're not just saying, oh, look, they're better?
Well, I mean, I can speak for my school, and I would say that we would be happy to share that. You know, that's certainly, I think I would hope that, and you know, I worked in comprehensive education for 25 years of my career in public education, and I spent 21 of that in comprehensive schools as a principal, as an assistant principal, as teacher, and all of that. And I passionately believe that everyone is internally motivated. Like, people want the success of children, you know, and I think that anybody that I would hope we'd put at the helm of any school would be internally motivated to share clear, accurate data that would show the achievement of students. And then if they weren't, then that's an issue for them. Like, you know, we should, like, especially, you know, I feel an intense pressure for that, right? So we understand, like, if we get these benefits, if we get to do that, then we should perform at the same level. It isn't fair for us, right? But we also have 345 students, right? So there's some challenges for schools that have 2,000, 4,000 kids in them, right? Like, it takes longer to turn the yacht than it does to turn the canoe. And so, you know, I want to be respectful of that, but I do think that if, you know, anyone who's leading a lab school, I do think that they should have to show their data, and I do think they should have to show how are we showing meaningful achievement for kids.
Yeah, I guess what I mean by that, though, is that if public schools data is X and it's tied to, I don't know, SOLs or something, right? Or it's tied to whatever it's tied to. And then your data is based on the local performance test created by you, why, right? And so I'm kind of coming more to the state side of this, which is if we're not comparing based on the same system, how do we know we have a reliable comparison piece?
So can I jump in on this? So yeah, I'd love this. So one, let's be really clear. Our current accreditation system is not an accountability system because all of our schools are accredited, and there's no way that an accountability system would allow every school to be accredited when we don't have kids who can read in all of our schools. So let's be clear. We do not have an accountability system in Virginia. I will say emphatically, we will not in the Youngkin administration ever promote or allow any school not to be held accountable for results. I'm just going to say it, and that matters so much. One of the things that we need to talk about, and you all are going to be critical of this, is how do we separate accreditation and accountability? There's not another state in the country that has this confusing system of accreditation meeting accountability, and it is so confusing. There's an issue of accreditation. Do schools protect kids? Are they safe? Are they well lit? Are the number of hours of training doing? That's accreditation in other states. Accountability is about how well is this school serving every single child. We do not do that well in Virginia. And so my promise to you is that we're going to hold every single school accountable for being transparent about how well they are serving every single student, and whether that's a lab school, a magnet school, a traditional school, any kind of school, we are going to hold accountable for results, because that's how we got into this issue of the NAEP results on Monday, is that we have not been transparent and we have not held schools accountable for results.
And just to clarify, all of our students do have to meet Virginia education requirements for graduation, take SOLs, pass SOLs. We don't, other than using performance-based assessments in lieu of a writing SOL, we're required to administer all Virginia tests. But the unusual thing about our school is because the way we're coded with the Department of Ed, all of our passing results actually go back to our home school divisions. So all of our successful rates, while we internally report those technically, go back as like ROI for the school divisions that invest in us. Just wanted, for those of you who aren't familiar.
Dr. Goranson, sorry. SOL?
It's a standardized test.
Okay,
that's the only thing it
thank
means.
you.
Yeah, that's it. That's
Love
all it
those
means.
acronyms.
Yeah, it's just it's like Regents, end of course, the pass
Gotcha.
test.
I'm probably the only one in the room, but you know, just in case. I think some others from the gallery might have been curious. All right, let's go to Senator Hashmi, Delegate Freitas, and then I also think the Hunt Institute was testing my eyesight because I can't quite read if you're a delegate or a senator, but Delegate Simon. Senator Hashmi?
Thank you. Thank you. So it's been almost a year now that we've had this conversation or discussion around lab schools, and I think one of my problems from the get-go has been the semantics, that we insist on calling something lab schools when really we're talking about magnet schools maybe, or alternative schools. We've got governor schools here in Virginia. So I would hope that going forward, we're really clear about what we're talking about, because the only real kind of lab school experience that we have is what you were describing, Dr. McKnight. I'm a product of lab schools, kindergarten through 9th grade. My school was situated on a college campus, and the students who were in the School of Education would come to the school and gain the experience of teaching. That's what a lab school is. It serves the needs of schools of education for teacher training and to help develop our future cadre of teachers. And I'm so pleased that VCU has such a strong program and is continuing to do that. So my question, I think, really is for you, Secretary Gadara. If that's the real definition of lab schools, and our goal is to improve the pipeline, the quality of our future teachers, in what way are any of the 5 proposed lab schools working to meet that real definition of a laboratory school? And then secondly, if we're not going in that direction and we're asking our institutions of higher education to set up schools of innovation or magnet schools, what's been the response from our higher ed institutions? Because it's quite clear that the business of higher ed is to be in higher education. The business of higher education is not, except for our schools of education, to be working in the field of K-12, of secondary or elementary schools. So how are faculty and our colleges and universities, they're taking on a completely different role in setting up schools when they already are working quite hard and to teach our students in liberal arts, in our engineering programs, in our schools of medicine and so forth. So aren't we radically transforming in our expectations of higher education here in Virginia?
So, Senator, I'll start with that second part first. Part of the reason I am so honored and excited about being in this job is that the Secretary of Education in Virginia goes from early learning through post-secondary education. And I think one of the greatest damning features of American education is how siloed the parts of our education system are, and that we do not align things. We treat everything as independent silos, and we're never thinking about the bridges that need to be built. And it needs to be one system that is focused more on competency and mastery rather than on time. That, I hope, is where we go in Virginia. As a result, and we had this conversation last week, we did the orientation session for all the boards of visitors for higher education institutions, and this was an exact conversation we had about, and I made an emphatic statement that higher education must take on K-12 as part of its mission. Part of our concern right now, and again, I'll go back to the NAEP scores. You're going to hear me talk about them a whole lot. The NAEP scores are a crisis for higher education, too. They're a crisis for our employer community. They are a crisis for the national security. They are an American crisis right now. There will be no need for higher education if higher education does not get more involved with building stronger bridges back to K-12. Every single one of our higher education institutions, I know this because we talked about it at the Council of Presidents meeting with the governor on Monday, every single one of them already has programs to talk what they call K-12 pathways programs, because they know part of their responsibility is to work in partnership with members of their community to help identify students of high promise and help them see the pathway going in there. Our effort on lab schools is an expansion of that. It's helping to really break down the barriers and the silos between, but it's also, if we are expecting to have a pipeline of people to continue to be able to go to our schools from Virginia, our higher education institutions must be doing more. I also would argue our community colleges, our higher ed, the whole focus on dual enrollment, so much of higher ed's bottom line right now is coming from dual enrollment as well, right? So it's a whole model. It's already happening that we have this connection point of dual enrollment. I mean, the fact with Dr. Goranson's results from Code RVA, you know, that a third, I think, of your students are graduating with a credential in computer science. That's because there's a partnership going on between higher education and K-12. And I would argue, you know, most leading nations in the country, in the world right now, are thinking about how do you make that transition between K-12 and post-secondary more seamless than we've done in this country. And so we need to do more and more to connect these two. And I know this will be a debate and one that we're in conversation and everyone's talking about, but I think we need to do more to break down the barriers and the differences between K-12 and higher ed and start doing more in partnership, because neither one of these institutions survives without doing that.
And my first question.
Oh, and the first question, sorry. So we also looked to North Carolina that has a very similar bill, and we learned a lot from what was happening in North Carolina. And I would say with the first 5, and again, I've not read them, but the summaries of them, the schools of education are the core leaders, and I think most of the 5 that put in, if not all of them. And so there is the benefit for teaching, and how do we teach differently, and how do we get our educators out into the world of work, and folks from outside the schools into our schools to also build teaching skills and knowledge and content, and making the relevance between the two. So I don't think that these are at odds with each other. I think that they're things, we're just saying that these are things that will benefit our educators and our students and make the whole system stronger.
All right, we have 2 minutes. I don't know if we'll get to both questions. If not, dinner. We'll continue. Delegate.
I'll be quick. I think whenever we have the conversation of accountability, we have to ask ourselves the question, accountability to who? Right? There's indirect accountability, and then there's direct accountability. The stuff that we do with public schools right now is indirect. We get to decide what accountability looks like because we're the ones that allocate the funds. When, however, you have a school that a child is not forced by law to attend based off of their proximity to the schoolhouse, and they have to voluntarily choose to go there, plus they can leave at any time, that's a far more direct form of accountability to the family and to the student. And so, whereas I do think there's a lot of work to be done with respect to giving our public schools a little bit more latitude with how we judge criteria, I think we got to go back to the reason why all of those restrictions in there and all that accountability is demanded on some level is because if they don't send their kid to that school and they can't afford an alternative, they'll be running afoul of truancy laws. Well, that's not the case when they go to Code RVA. They got to go to a school, but if Code RVA isn't actually producing the results that the end user needs, not what we decide, but what the end user needs, they can leave. And I think it's important to understand that there's different forms of accountability, and I think that is a relevant form of accountability.
Thank you. It's very friendly, but do we have time for one last question? No, she says. All right, I'll let her be the bad guy. You join me in thanking all three of our panelists.
Wow, I usually get made fun of at these for being, you know, the drill sergeant. It looks like someone's taking my spot. So we actually are going, though, to take a break to get set up for our next session. So we will come back together at 4:15. I do have a couple instructions, though, before you go do that, so that we can transition into our next session smoothly. So for our next session, we are going to be in small groups. So we have a number of superintendent and principal pairs here. And the legislators, we are going to take your table tents during the break and put them at the table where you're going to be. So when you come back from the break, look for where your table tent is.
All right, everybody, we're going to start. So if you are going to have a conversation, please take it outside. Thank you. Welcome, everybody, to the last session of the day. My name is Skylar Van Valkenburg. I am a delegate in the state legislature and in my 18th year teaching. Shh, I'm going to wait to you. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. There we are. There we are. I did do a teacher trick. So we're in the last panel of the day. Before we start, though, I'd like to once again thank Kume, Dr. McKnight, and the secretary for their last panel. And for all the legislators in here, you should check out the teacher center that Dr. McKnight runs at VCU in the residency program, because it is world class. We need to bump that money up more. It does a great job at getting teachers into our profession. So that's my pitch. So we're going to end with experts, and because I'm a government and history teacher, I'm going to end with an essay that I really like. So Isaiah Berlin wrote an essay years ago called The Hedgehog and the Fox, and the idea was that the hedgehog knows one big truth, the fox knows many truths. And politicians, whether they're in the legislative branch or the executive branch, when it comes to education, like to talk about their one big truth that they think is going to solve the world's problems. But superintendents know that when they're in a classroom, there's the many truths to get kids to succeed. And that's been only more true over the last couple of years when we're talking about innovating to make sure that kids are learning